Chapter 422. 1 year in advance, 1 year in advance. At this moment, Yenjika didn't feel happy at all. Instead, she felt flustered and sad, as if she had been diagnosed with a terminal illness. At the beginning of May, when Ji Lingxi asked her if she still insisted on going abroad, her answer was firm and resolute. However, when everything happened in advance, she suddenly felt the strong reluctance in her heart. She had promised to go drifting with Cheng during the summer vacation, to go to the northern lands to see the aurora in January next year, to spend her and Cheng's 21st birthday together, to go to Yuanyang Mountain to ask for the lock of love on their second anniversary together, to announce their relationship after meeting his parents, to stick together every day, and to whisper sweet nothings to each other. She thought too much, promised too much, and had too little time. Bring the materials I just mentioned here as soon as possible. The school will help you with all the procedures. If everything goes well, you can leave at the beginning of August. There will be a short-term language training program. I believe it will be easy for you with your foreign language foundation. Well, you can go back now. If you can't remember the materials, here is the list. The dean stroked his increasingly precious hair tenderly. Early August. It's the end of June. That means there is only 1 month left. In 30 days, I will be separated from Cheng. I can only see him 2 or 3 times a year. Yenjika suddenly felt breathless and her heart tightened. She endured the sudden throbbing, took the list blankly, and followed the students in front of her out of the dean's office. Yenjika. Suddenly, she heard a slightly shrill voice. Yenjika came back to herself and looked up at Huang Shiwen. Huang Shiwen was the one who had received the same training quota as her. Huang Shiwen was the one who had called her just now. What? Yenjika responded blankly. What were you thinking about? I said, when we get there, we can live together, okay? We know each other and are classmates. We can take care of each other. Huang Shiwen complained and repeated what she had just said. Her chubby face washed away her gorgeous features, making her easy to get close to. The 2 boys beside her were also discussing the same thing. Yenjika was a girl who would never cry when she was sad. She was used to keeping all kinds of negative emotions in the bottom of her heart and not letting them out. When Huang Shiwen finished, she had already controlled herself and answered with a faint smile, okay, if there is no other arrangement at home. They were all classmates and didn't lack each other's contact information. Without saying much, they parted ways in front of the school building, each with their own business. On the way to the basic teaching building, Yenjika wandered under the shade of the trees, tasting the reluctance and nostalgia in her heart. She had been gone for at most 5 to 6 years, or at least 3 to 4 years. She had been gone for more than 1,000 days and nights, longer than the time I had spent with Cheng. There were many accidents, many coincidences, many tests, and many suspicions. If she was not careful, her feelings would be fragile and dissipate. Even if I don't go abroad, I can still study deeply, share the Empress Dowager's worries, and do whatever I want in the field I like. Wouldn't it be nice to be with Cheng every day, accompanying him as he climbed to the peak of martial arts, sharing his pain and suffering, feeling his happiness, anger and sadness, and watching each other grow old bit by bit until the end? But if I really give up, I will regret it for the rest of my life. I will feel that my years of effort have been wasted. I will feel that my personality is no longer complete and I will become Cheng's accessory, dream or love. Once again, Yenjika sighed as if a hero's breath was short of love. Maybe it's really like what Dad and Empress Dowager said. It's best not to fall in love in college and to go easy. At this moment, a melody inexplicably appeared in her mind. If there is no you and no past, I won't be sad. But if there is an if, I will still love you. Yes, no matter what, I still want to love that silly Cheng. Yenjika bit her lip. Her emotions rose and fell. After a painful struggle, she decided to take the opportunity to study abroad. I believe in myself and Cheng. I believe that we can withstand the test of time and distance. I believe that we can finally walk together and go through all the hardships and happiness in life. Phew. She spat out the melancholy and sadness in her heart. Then she heard the special notification sound of her phone. She took it out of her bag and found that it was a message from Lu Cheng. "Ku, are you still not done? Do you want me to pick you up at your school building?" Yenjika's eyes turned red because of this simple sentence. She turned her head and looked aside. After a while, she replied with an expression that looked like she was crying and laughing at the same time. "I'm done. You stand there and wait for me." Her fingers paused in the middle of typing and then she pretended to type the last few words. "I'll pick you up, okay, the usual place." Lu Cheng replied with a silly smile. At this moment, his phone suddenly rang. It was from his mother. "Hello, Cheng. Have you finished your exams? How do you feel?" Chi Fong asked about his studies out of habit. "Just right. Not bad." Lu Cheng couldn't find any other words to describe it. His grades were probably above 60 or 70. He probably didn't fail any subjects. Chi Fong didn't really care about her son's studies. After a short sentence, she asked the key question. "When will you come back? Have you booked the tickets?" She lowered her voice and said excitedly, "Cheng, why don't you bring that classmate of yours home and let Mom and Dad meet her? It's that Yenjika. You two are destined to meet." High school classmate, college classmate, martial arts club teammate. After defeating Shanbei in the finals, Yenjika and Lu Cheng hugged each other passionately and almost kissed each other, which blinded a group of single dogs. At the same time, it also exposed their relationship in front of Lu Jisheng and Chi Fong. That night, during their daily call, Lu Cheng witnessed his mother's ability to gossip and was bombarded for a long time. After her son finally grew up and had a wife, he almost forgot about his mother. Chi Fong was quite satisfied with Yenjika, who was very good in all aspects. Plus, they were from the same hometown, so she was more satisfied with them. She kept urging her son to bring his girlfriend back and let them meet her. To be honest, if her son didn't win the national championship and was called the heavenly son of the age, she felt that she would be more nervous. She was worried that her son didn't deserve her daughter-in-law and that they would fall in love in the future. "Yes, that's right, that's a phrase she just learned from TV, Mom, I've told Ke that I'll bring her to our house when I'm free when I'm back in Shushan." Lu Cheng didn't specify a specific day because he still wanted to abduct Ku and try to find a place to go on a trip with her before they returned to Shushan. Okay. You have to tell me in advance. I have to go grocery shopping and prepare a welcome gift." Chi Fong rambled on. Suddenly, she remembered something. Come to my door. "Oh, last summer, didn't Han Er's wife say that a very beautiful girl came to our neighborhood? I wonder whose girlfriend she is." Cheng, tell me honestly, it's Yenjika, right? She's here for you, right?" "Yes." Lu Cheng wiped his cold sweat and admired his mother's memory of gossip. Of course, he also had a deep impression of this matter because it was the first time in his memory that he saw and felt the beautiful body of a girl in real life. Moreover, it was the body of his beloved girl. "You two were together at that time?" Chi Fong's voice suddenly rose. "You're all grown up now, aren't you? You hid it from me for almost a year." "Mom, I was wrong. I wanted to tell you after my relationship with Ke had been confirmed." Lu Cheng's apology came naturally to his mother. Practice made perfect. Chi Fong wasn't angry. She pondered for a moment and said, "I told you that you look very smart in your clothes for more than a year." Fortunately, her son dared to bring his girlfriend home secretly after he went to college, unlike the others who were caught fooling around at home in junior high or high school. After chatting for a while, Lu Cheng hung up the phone and saw Ke walking quickly toward him. She was dressed in a t-shirt, denim shorts, and white sneakers, which showed the youthful look of a student. "What are you going to do in the institute?" Lu Cheng asked with concern. Yenjika pursed her lips and lowered her eyebrows. She smiled and said, "There are some changes to the training plan. I'll tell you after it's confirmed." "Who were you talking to on the phone?" My mom. She urged me to take you home to meet my parents. Lu Qing raised his eyebrows and smiled deliberately. He muttered in his heart, some changes. What changes? He always paid special attention to Ko Qian's affairs. Yan Zhika, who wanted to say something coquettishly, opened her mouth a few times and only said 3 words with a smile, okay. Aren't you nervous? Lu Qing asked in surprise. Yan Zhika was amused. She stared at him and said, it's because you keep telling me that your parents are very nice and satisfied with me. I'm not nervous. You're right. It's good that you're not nervous. Lu Qing asked with expectation, then when do we go back? How about we find a place to hang out for a few days and have a date? Yan Zhika raised her eyebrows and looked at him deeply. She took the initiative to suggest, well, let's hang out in Songqing for a few days. There were too many memories of her and Qing here. Okay, I'll make a guide later. Let's see what's worth playing and eating in Songqing. Lu Qing didn't really care where they went. What was important was to be with his little fairy. Yan Zhika tilted her head and outlined her dimples. She waved her hand, happily, let's go to the aquarium in the afternoon. We've been talking about going but we've missed it. Speaking of this, she laughed and said, how much do you remember about marine biology? I've almost forgotten. Lu Qing deliberately covered his face and sighed. Yan Zhika laughed and said, that's good. Otherwise, I'll look very ignorant. I'll go back and change my clothes and wipe my face first. I have to take my date with Qing seriously. Infected by his girlfriend's unexpected excitement and joy, Lu Qing was in high spirits. After returning to the dormitory, he quickly packed his luggage and waved goodbye to Zhao Cheng, Kai Zongming, and the others. It was cool today, not as hot as a few days ago. Lu Qing waited for a while and saw Yan Zhika coming out with a suitcase. She had changed her clothes. She was wearing a white cotton skirt, a pink jacket, a pair of cute canvas shoes and skin-tight stockings. Her face was covered with light makeup, which made her already beautiful face even more radiant. This was how she looked when she invited Lu Qing to the aquarium in March last year. Lu Qing was really amazed at that time and had a deep impression of her. After taking the suitcase, he said with confusion and amusement, "Cool, are you going to relive the past? You still remember?" Yan Zhika asked in surprise. Of course, I almost couldn't move my eyes away. How could I forget? Lu Qing said with a smile. Yan Zhika chuckled a little complacently, clenched her fist, and waved it. This is a date to make up for last year's regret, so it's still the same. I'm looking forward to it. Lu Qing replied with a bright smile. Then he coughed and said with expectation, I've already booked a hotel. Just one room, with my current relationship with Ku, there's no need to secretly book 2 rooms, right? Okay. Yan Zhika looked forward and nodded slightly. Chapter 423. Lu Qing was overjoyed to hear his girlfriend's affirmative answer. He quickened his pace and felt that they had made a breakthrough in their relationship. He didn't continue to mention the accommodation because he didn't want to aggravate her shyness. Instead, he started to ponder. A date to make up for last year's regret? Everything as usual. But I don't remember what I was wearing at that time. Yan Zhika thought about it seriously and burst into laughter. I don't remember either. She only remembered Cheng's tired face, his slightly wrinkled eyebrows, and his movements that made her want to kiss him. Thinking of this, she pursed her lips and lowered her head. Her eyes flickered as she looked at her toes. She wrapped her arms around her boyfriend's arms and leaned closer to him. It's okay. Rough guys wear the same clothes every day. Just put up with it. There's no difference. Lu Qing mocked himself in the way girls usually did. While talking and laughing, they boarded the school bus and arrived downtown. They found the 5-star hotel that Lu Qing had booked. While walking to the front desk, Yan Zhika suddenly stopped and looked aside. She pretended to take out her ID card from her bag and said, You go and check in. I'll wait for you here, as she spoke, an unnatural blush appeared on her cheeks. Seeing this, Lu Qing understood. He held back his laughter and took the girl's ID card. He said calmly, "Okay." Previously, when he didn't return home at night, he had booked 2 rooms at first and then cancelled them later. Moreover, he had always appeared alone and asked Ku to face the front desk with him. Just 1 room was indeed difficult for a shy girl like her. Well, after a few more times, she would get used to it. Now, she would leave it to a thick-skinned boy. Hee hee. Putting down their luggage, Lu Qing came to the front desk and handed over their ID cards. "We booked it online." The girl at the front desk looked up at him and was suddenly stunned. She blurted out, "Lu Qing. You know me?" Lu Qing asked in amusement. "Yes." The girl at the front desk nodded hard. "I watched your national competition. I really liked your performance. You were so awesome and handsome." She was a little excited. "Well, I'm really famous now. I have to wear glasses as a disguise." Lu Qing thought and smiled. Thank you. Give me your autograph later." The receptionist picked up his ID card and began to check in. She was stunned for a moment and said, "2 people. This is King embarrassing." Lu Qing said shamelessly, "Yeah, me and my girlfriend." "Oh." The girl at the front desk didn't say anything else. She quickly made a copy of his ID card and completed the check-in procedures. In the end, she handed the form to Lu Qing and said, "Sign your name here. Also, sign your name on this piece of paper for me. For you shall we." After he was done, Lu Qing took the room card and returned to Yenjika. 1506. Yenjika looked at the receptionist curiously. "What were you talking about?" "The girl at the front desk has watched the nationals and knows me. She asked me for an autograph," Lu Qing answered honestly. Yenjika froze for a moment, her face turning bright red at a speed visible to the naked eye. She hurriedly turned around and said shyly to the door, I don't live here anymore." The first time she shared a room with Qing, she met his fans. I am too ashamed to meet them. If I had known, I would have checked in alone and let Qing sneak into the room." "What are you afraid of?" "We are perfectly justified." Lu Qing comforted her with a smile. "We have already gotten the room card. Others have already begun to think what they want. Just let them be." Yenjika had the mentality to throw away everything. She restrained her emotions and followed her boyfriend to the 15th floor, putting their luggage in the room. "What are we having for lunch?" Lu Qing looked at the cloudy sky outside the window and asked. Their exam was the first round, which ended at 10 o'clock. It was only 12 o'clock now. Yenjika didn't think, as if she had already thought of the answer. "Spicy crab on the tripod. The one where we had our first date." How could Lu Qing forget this? "Yeah. I want to reminisce." Yenjika nodded cutely. After a little tidying up, they went out hand in hand and took a taxi to the place where they had their first date last year. Luckily, the door was still open. Lu Qing looked at the sign of "Spicy Crab" on the tripod, and felt happy. For the place that carried his beautiful memories, he definitely hoped that it would stay there forever and never change. So did Yenjika. Her dimples deepened and her smile became sweeter. When they entered the restaurant, the waiter was just about to greet them. Before he could say anything, Lu Qing saw the price tag and said quickly, "2, the one that costs 199 yuan, 12 crab, hand-fried noodles, shrimp dumplings, beef." The waiter was stunned for a few seconds and said, please slow down. "I'll remember it." "Shouldn't you order the crab first and then check the other options on the menu after sitting down?" Yenjika couldn't hide her smile. These were all the dishes they had ordered on their first date, but the quantity was more than double. Qing still remembers. Her eyes softened and she deliberately said jokingly, "Wow, you're getting better at answering first. Hey, they're all the dishes we ordered last time." Lu Qing led Ko to a seat and sat down. You still remember? Yenjika rested her chin on one hand and looked at him with bright eyes. Lu Qing chuckled and said, at that time, I observed what you liked to eat and what you didn't like to eat, so I had some impression of the dishes you ordered. At first, it was a little vague, and I only had a vague memory of it. Now that I am here, I remember it. Listening to her boyfriend showing off, Yenjika's eyes welled up with tears. She quickly turned her head to the side and held back the throbbing in her heart. After a few seconds, she changed the topic and said coquettishly, I also paid attention to what you didn't like, but you didn't eat anything. This shows that I'm easy to take care of. I eat whatever I'm given. Lu Qing smiled and praised himself. Well, if little Ming was opposite, he would probably say, do you eat sh*t if I give you sh*t? But Ku would definitely not do that. Then I'll give you the leftovers in the future. Yenjika tried to make her tone light. As usual, the two ate to their heart's content. Their appetite was so big that they ordered 2 more dishes. The waiter was stunned. He saw the boss and insisted on giving them VIP cards. In such a mid-priced restaurant with no luxurious dishes, the two of them could eat more than 3,000 yuan. No matter where they were, they could get the VIP treatment. After finishing their meal, Lu Qing and Yenjika walked along the route of their first date. Qing, do you still remember where you held my hand? The girl asked with great interest. Lu Qing seriously recalled and said with self-mockery, I didn't pay attention to where we were and where we were. My mind was full of whether to hold your hand, how to hold it, and whether you would shake it off. When we really held hands, I was so excited and happy that I forgot the directions. I only had you and your hand in my heart. It was like walking on clouds, so light that I wanted to fly. Yenjika pursed her lips and rolled her eyes. She seemed to really feel her boyfriend's state at that time. It was as if a sudden joy hit her heart. She turned her head and looked at the side of the street. She was actually a bit shaken by the decision she made in the morning. What about you? Do you still remember where we tied the knot? Lu Qing asked in reply. Yenjika rolled her eyes and pouted. If you don't remember, how can I remember? At that time, I was very nervous. My mind was on your hand that kept leaning towards me. I wondered if you were going to hold my hand, how I should react, whether I would hurt you, whether I was reserved enough, whether I was. In short, my mind was full of random thoughts. I was lucky that I didn't bump into anyone else. Later on, I realized that you were stupid and silly, and even held hands foolishly. My heart softened, and I inexplicably took the initiative to hold your hand. Speaking of this, both of them completely recalled the naivety, ignorance, sweetness, and passion of that time. They smiled at each other and raised their hands that had been intertwined since they came out of the meal. Although they didn't have the mentality of not knowing where to go when holding hands, they held hands more calmly and firmly. There was a faint sense of permanence. In this way, the two walked side by side on the street, warm and sweet. Do you remember that we bought a fresh cream cake here? Lu Qing smiled and pointed at the sign of Mimi bread. Yenjika bit her lip and chuckled. Not only do I remember that, but I also remember that someone lied to me. Ah. Lu Qing was at a loss. Someone told me that the fresh cream cake here was not so sweet and was suitable for me. He said he found it on the internet. Yenjika hummed. The sweetness was just right, but I couldn't find this shop on the internet. Lu Qing suddenly realized what was going on. He smiled embarrassedly. I came here to check it out and try it. At that time, didn't you say that you still need to adjust your mentality and not fully prepared? I was afraid that if I said it, it would be like forcing you to be moved and giving you too much pressure. Before he finished, Yenjika's eyes were already red and rippling. She suddenly took a step forward and threw herself into his arms. She hugged him tightly and buried her face in his shoulder. What's wrong? Lu Qing was startled. Yenjika tried to hold back her tears. Can't I be moved? Hee hee. Lu Qing stroked the girl's glossy black hair and smiled contentedly. It was always a joyful thing to get a response for one's efforts. Let's buy another fresh cream cake later and eat it together tonight. After a while, Yenjika withdrew from Lu Cheng's arms and her expression returned to normal. Okay. Lu Qing pulled her into the bakery. After buying the cake, they took a taxi to the ocean aquarium. This time, there was no unexpected situation to interrupt them. Look, this is a starfish. After tearing it into pieces, each piece can become a new starfish. Lu Qing pointed to a creature behind the glass. Yenjika was surprised. Didn't you say that you had almost forgotten your marine biology? When I was waiting for you, I crammed it again. Lu Qing answered complacently and pointed to a kind of marine creature. It is, damn it, I forgot. I failed to show off and became a clown. Ha! Yenjika covered her mouth and laughed until tears came out. After a long time, she wiped her eyes and said, there should be an introduction beside it. If you really can't find it, I'll allow you to search it on your phone, commentator Lu. They laughed and laughed until the aquarium was closed. They found the restaurant where they had their second date and enjoyed dinner. Lu Qing pretended to go to the bathroom and went downstairs to buy a bouquet of flowers as usual. Beauty, you dropped something. He put his left hand behind his back and smiled at Yenjika. Familiar lines and familiar scenes. Yenjika opened her mouth little by little and her eyes were covered with tears. She forced a smile. Flowers? Yes, you dropped it. Lu Qing bowed slightly like a gentleman and handed the flowers to the girl. Yenjika held the flowers and quickly closed her eyes, pretending to smell the fragrance. After a long time, she looked at Lu Qing and said, but I dropped something else. What? Lu Qing asked with a smile. Yenjika's eyes flashed like water. She pursed her lips and turned her head. Boyfriend. Lu Qing burst into laughter and directly sat next to the girl. Their fingers were intertwined. While he was happy, he inexplicably felt that Ko was a little clingy today. After dinner and a walk, Yenjika and Lu Qing returned to the hotel with the flowers and cake. The light in the room was dim. Outside the window, there was a river of stars. It was quiet and private. Lu Qing, who had shared a bed many times, couldn't help but think as if he was looking forward to something. At this moment, Yenjika put the bouquet on the table and sat on the edge of the bed. She touched her calf and stomach and said softly, I feel so sore when I walk. Qing, come and help me massage my feet. Pinch my legs. This was a common thing between the two of them, so there was nothing strange about it. However, as she spoke, she suddenly blushed. Unable to hide her shyness, she lowered her head and looked at her right hand that was supporting the bed. Her right hand was as beautiful as a budding flower. Lu Cheng's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. Chapter 424. Was Ku inviting someone to join her? While thinking of this, he forgot about the fresh cream cake and threw it aside. He walked to the bedside, squatted down and held Yenjika's left ankle. Just as he touched her silky smooth skin, he suddenly heard the girl's skin and muscles trembling. He heard her heart beating faster and faster. He heard her body temperature gradually increasing. This reaction was completely different from the usual before a massage. Dong dong dong. Every heartbeat of Yenjika's seemed to resonate with Lu Cheng's heart, making his mouth dry and his body hot. He was inexplicably looking forward to something. There was no other contact, no other ambiguity. He already felt his blood vessels swelling as he tried to do it as usual. During this process, Yenjika's heart beat faster and faster. Lu Qing held his breath, feeling that he was about to turn into a werewolf. Dong dong dong. The slightest provocation was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, like the call from the little fairy, like the starting gun. Lu Qing suddenly lost control and lowered his head. This place has been sacrificed to the divine beast. The night was short, but the passion was long. After a series of ups and downs, Lu Qing woke up under the urging of his biological clock. His nose was filled with a faint fragrance, and his body was warm and soft. Everything was like a beautiful dream. Recalling the events of last night, he unconsciously revealed a silly smile. He only felt that his body and mind were satisfied, and his spirit was perfect. Everything in this world was so beautiful. He raised his head slightly and looked at Yenjika, who was curled up in his arms like a child. He looked at her painful and pure expression, which made him want to protect her. He looked at her beautiful face, which was set off by her long black hair. He felt the girl's delicate skin and the touch that he couldn't bear to part with. He felt her clinging to him as if she was afraid of losing him. Lu Qing felt that his heart was about to melt. He could still hear the words, Cheng, echoing in his ears. This was the fusion of spirit and flesh, this was the other person I was closest to, this is the girl I want to protect for the rest of my life. He lowered his head devoutly and kissed the girl's long eyelashes and red lips. His hands began to move unconsciously, making the early morning hostility even more fierce. I won't do it again. Yenjika hit him in a daze and mumbled. She turned over and fell asleep again. It took Lu Qing a great deal of willpower to get out of bed. He even began to worry about how upset Ku would feel if she didn't see him when she woke up. He almost didn't want to go for his morning exercise. Is this what Ku always says? Long love is short of breath. He laughed at himself, changed his clothes, and went out. He found a place nearby and began to train. Both his mind and body were very excited. Although he had slept for less than 2 hours last night, he did not feel tired at all. People are in high spirits when faced with happy events. After finishing the rest of the internal training, Lu Qing once again tried to comprehend the force concentration. He felt that his willpower had become stronger and firmer. He felt that no one or anything could defeat him. This is the life I want to protect. Ice and fire intertwined, embracing each other in a balanced manner. Amidst the surging and gushing power, it drew the response of the most minute part of his body. The cold light flickered, and the dark flames danced. Lu Qing finally grasped the signs in the perfect reflection of his soul. He grasped the minute details that made up every cell and every bone and blood in his body. This is the root pulp. He opened his eyes, feeling even happier. Grasping the root pulp meant that he was beginning to reach the inhuman realm. This was not a sufficient condition for a breakthrough, but a necessary condition. Since returning at the beginning of May, after nearly 2 months of training, his physical quality had reached the level of the top 6th pin. He originally thought that he would have to wait for a while for the next improvement. Who knew that after a night of dancing with fish and dragon, his mind was settled, his spirit was refreshed, and his willpower was restored. Naturally, his level increased again. There are still 6 months until the end of the year. I have a good chance of pushing that threshold. Lu Qing thought happily. Then he put away his stance and hurried back, not wanting to waste a single second. The curtains were closed, but the room was still dark. A strange but exciting smell filled the air. Lu Qing saw that Yenjika was still asleep. He sucked on his fingers, and the smile on his face grew wider. He felt more peaceful and happy. He quickly took off his clothes, took a quick shower, and got into bed. He hugged his soft and fragrant fairy and slept with her until noon. When he woke up, Yenjika's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Then she enjoyed a warm wake-up kiss. Morning, no, good afternoon. Lu Qing put his elbows on the bed and smiled in a low voice. Yenjika's eyebrows curved, and she reached out her hands to hold his neck. She smiled sweetly. Good afternoon, my dear. She no longer felt embarrassed to call him that. Just as Lu Qing was considering whether to eat first or do something, Yenjika pursed her lips, and her eyes wavered. She gathered her courage and said, Qing, I have something to tell you. The training plan of our school has to be brought forward 1 year. She didn't sound determined at all. Instead, she showed some confusion and uncertainty, as if she was asking for help and an answer. Chapter 425. Ah! Lu Qing, whose mind was filled with sweetness and happiness, couldn't digest what Yan Zhika had just mentioned. He was momentarily at a loss. When he came to his senses and understood what was going on, he was instantly struck by a huge sense of loss and sadness. His heart felt as if it was tightly gripped by an invisible hand. A year in advance? That is to say, in 2 months at most, or at least 1 month, Ke will go to a foreign country. The two of them had just joined spiritually and were glued to each other like glue. Right now, Lu Qing only wished that he could be with his little fairy every minute and every second of every day. Just the thought of her going to stay at her grandfather's house for a few days during the summer and being separated from him made him feel lost. Every day felt like a year, not to mention that they would suddenly be separated from each other for a few years. At this moment, Lu Cheng's emotions were surging and boiling. He almost blurted out that he should let Ke give up the opportunity and choose to stay so that she wouldn't die. But when he saw the confused and struggling look in her eyes, he suddenly restrained himself and thought of more. This wasn't something he didn't expect at all. He was even mentally prepared for it. It was just that it was suddenly brought forward by a year. This wasn't a reluctant attempt by Ke after they started dating. It was a dream and a plan that had been made long before they met. In March of last year, she had already discussed this matter with him and obtained his consent. She was born with a deficiency. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't enter the dance stage. Her life's dream had slowly shifted to this matter in the past 5 or 6 years. She came from a well-off family. Even if she didn't do anything in the future, she wouldn't have to worry about her quality of life. The reason why she wanted to study abroad wasn't because she wanted to get a diploma, but because she had such an opportunity. An opportunity to follow the world's top scholars, an opportunity to roam the ocean. The Ji family was very influential in China, but in another big country, their reputation wasn't so good. Once this opportunity was missed, there might not be another one. When they first started dating, didn't Empress Dowager also make a request? 2 people need to sacrifice a certain amount to break in, but she didn't want to see Ke sacrifice her dream for me. Yan Zhika opened her clear eyes and looked at Lu Cheng with inexplicable anxiety. She was swayed, distressed, and struggling because of his silence. If Cheng wants me to stay, what should I say? I will. After the crazy idea she had last night, she decided to try the illusory probability and leave everything to God. The girl felt that she had once again lowered her bottom line. Her heart was filled with sweetness and bitterness. Since ancient times, love was the most torturous. At this moment, Lu Qing squeezed out a smile and tried to speak in a casual tone. A year earlier? That's pretty good. Doesn't that mean we can come back a year earlier? Previously, I was worried that I would only be able to fly over and spend a few days with you after you left in your 4th year. Now, it's just right. My 3rd year is mainly to guide them and do my own preparation. There are very few competitions that I need to participate in. As for my studies, the dean has already told me that he will work hard to ensure that I graduate and successfully obtain a certificate. I will become the school's golden signboard. It doesn't matter how much I skip classes and take exams. Isn't it just a matter of getting a visa and traveling for more than 10 hours? Isn't it simple? Empress Dowager will probably stay with you for a while at first. After that, you can leave it to me. I will fly over once a month and stay for a week or 2. When you are on vacation, we can still go to the northern land to see the aurora. It's even more convenient. We can still travel to those special places. Yan Zhika stood there in a daze as she listened to his slightly long-winded and confused nagging. Her clear and beautiful eyes were gradually covered with tears. Also, my master has said that one needs to accumulate more knowledge and experience before reaching the physical invulnerability stage. Only then can one have a chance to leap over the dragon gate and soar into the sky. When I go over to accompany you, I can also experience the American martial arts. They are the center of the Western world and have different characteristics from our martial arts. They definitely have stronger aspects than us. Before Lu Qing could finish his words, Yan Zhika suddenly propped herself up and hugged him tightly. She buried her face in his well-defined chest and said in a choked voice, Cheng, I don't want to go. I don't want to leave you. Cheng. Cheng. Her voice was like a reenactment of their first meeting. Lu Cheng's heart completely softened and almost melted. He took the opportunity to lie down and let the girl lie on his body. He reached out and stroked her hair that was slightly messy due to the sweat from last night. He smiled gently and said, Silly girl, you really don't want to go? The more sad and sentimental she was, the more she wouldn't cry. When Yenjika raised her head, she had already held back the throbbing of crying. Her pink lips moved a few times, but she couldn't give a definite answer. That master was very old. It was said that his health was getting worse year by year. If they missed this opportunity, not to mention whether he would still be alive, there would most likely be no more opportunities. Once such a situation occurred, the outstanding disciples he taught would definitely set up their own schools due to their differences in academic knowledge. There would no longer be such a holy land, where so many top scholars gathered. Go. I hope you can become better and better with me, instead of sacrificing yourself. On the other hand, I also have to work hard to become a better version of myself. I can't be left behind by you. Lu Qing smiled softly while caressing her. But, you're giving up too much. Yenjika bit her lower lip with her white and neat teeth. Her voice was still lingering with hesitation. Why did the role change? Why am I persuading Ku to study abroad? Lu Qing smiled bitterly and answered seriously, two people are going to spend a lifetime together. How can we be entangled with who gives more and who gives less? Besides, you also have to give. Every time you have a holiday, you have to come back and accompany me. Every day, you have to insist on saying a few sweet words to me. When you encounter a problem or feel vulnerable, don't hide it from me. Tell me and I'll fly over immediately. After knowing that Yenjika was going to study abroad last year, he had been reading similar posts and summarizing other people's gains and losses. That was why he could say such words. Yes. I promise, I swear. Yenjika breathed a sigh of relief as if she had finally found the answer. She stopped struggling and pursed her lips, nodded, and cutely raised 3 fingers. Lu Qing turned back and scratched her cute nose. He smiled slightly and said, You see, I have the ability and free time to fly over to see you at any time. I can accompany you for a few days, or even a dozen days, or even every month. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. If the security there is not too good, I can also spend a lot of money to hire female dance stage seniors from Shushan Study or Ice God's sect to accompany you and protect you. And you can come back at least twice a year, or even more. In this way, the test of time and distance will be minimized. I read a book before. There's a very reasonable sentence in it. All the fear of a long-distance relationship is the hatred of one's own powerlessness. Speaking of this casually, he smiled and his eyes became firm. Let me say something that may be a bit boastful. I've worked hard to improve my martial arts to reach my current level. Apart from my love for martial arts and my desire to compete with my idol, isn't the more important reason why I want to make the difficulties between us no longer be difficulties one day? Isn't it so that I can reduce the influence of various methods in the face of challenges and not be powerless? This is the true meaning of protection. If your girlfriend is abroad and you have money and time, but you are not willing to spend time to visit and maintain your relationship, no matter how well you say it, it's just to move yourself. That's all. Yenjika listened with drunken eyes. As soon as Lu Qing finished speaking, she crawled up, lowered her head, and pressed her moist lips on Lu Cheng's. Sticking out her tongue, they tangled intensely. Because she was not wearing underwear, her body was exposed when she moved. Lu Qing caught a glimpse of her from the corner of his eye. The beautiful scene of red and white was reflected in his mind and ignited his blood. As they kissed, Yenjika suddenly paused and hit Lu Qing shyly. You pervert, when I'm so moved, you can, she was too embarrassed to finish her sentence. Lu Qing could only laugh dryly and say, I can't help it, pft. Yenjika burst into laughter. Her previous haze was gone. She propped herself up slightly and looked at Lu Cheng with her charming eyes. She suggested softly as if she had made up her mind. Cheng, let's get married, ah. Lu Cheng was dumbfounded and confused. He asked back, are you proposing to me? Yes. Yenjika nodded like a chicken pecking rice. Lu Cheng came to his senses and looked at Yenjika, who was serious. He asked again, really? This is not a joke. This is not a drill. Yes. Yenjika's eyes were gentle and her smile contained both determination and impulse. She counted with her fingers and said, first, we are both 18 years old. We are adults and can get married. There is no such thing as late marriage and late childbirth in China. Second, our household registers are in school. Before the holidays, we can borrow them. Yenjika said tirelessly. Her dimples deepened as if she was brewing a jar of wine. Lu Cheng was drunk even before he drank. The girl took a breath and blushed. She looked at Lu Cheng shyly but firmly. Third, I'm not forcing you to do anything or wait for me. I'm just making a promise. I can protect myself until the end. I want to tell you that I've made up my mind. I'm willing, you're the only other half in my mind. I'm willing to marry you. I want to be your husband and wife. I'm willing too. Before Yenjika asked, the emotional Lu Cheng said, then let's go back to school now and find an excuse to borrow our household register. Then go buy a ring. How can we not have a ring when we get married? Yes. Yenjika's eyes were covered with mist. She nodded briskly. This has nothing to do with other things. It belongs to the two of us, Cheng and Ku's wedding. How can one not be impulsive and crazy in their youth? Chapter 426. After eating the cake and desserts they bought last night, Lu Cheng and Yenjika walked out of the hotel hand in hand and took a bus back to the old campus. They first bought a few sachets from the nearby stores, then slowly walked to the traffic point and returned to the new campus of Songqing University where they had lived for 4 whole semesters. When the scenery of Weishui Lake, the teaching building, the long bridge, and the lakeside corridor came into view, Yenjika felt an inexplicable sadness in her heart. She leaned closer to her ex-boyfriend, who was now her husband. Lu Cheng sensed Ku's melancholy at the thought of parting. He wrapped his right arm around her shoulders and pulled her into his embrace. He comforted her with his actions and body temperature. In the quiet but not depressing atmosphere, the couple got off the bus and walked to the administration building with their hands clasped together. They returned the residence page to the management teacher before the end of the day. The excuse they used was the truth. Yenjika's participation in the joint training program had to be brought forward by a year, and the school had to help with various procedures. They didn't have time to get a visa to travel abroad, so they had to return the residence page in advance. As for the American visa that Lu Cheng wanted, he didn't plan to get it himself. He planned to get it done through the Ice God sect, which was safer and more convenient. If there was something that required his cooperation, then he would ask. Otherwise, if a dangerous guy who was close to the inhuman stage entered the country, the inspection would be very strict. When everything was done, it was close to noon. They came to the school restaurant, opened the door of the reserved room, and saw Li Liantong, Shi Xiangyang, and Zhong Yanru. Since the first time he treated them to a meal, Lu Cheng and his ex-girlfriend's roommates often had chances to meet. For example, when they had a meal in the dormitory, if it was outside the school, they would ask him to be their bodyguard. If it was inside the school, once it was over, he would come to pick Yenjika up, take a walk, and then go on a date. After winning the national championship, the couple was even asked to eat 3 times by them. Therefore, they were not strangers to Lu Cheng. At this time, they all smiled and greeted him. Hello, great martial artist. Lu Cheng was used to being teased. He raised his hand and waved lightly in response. Hello, comrades. Pfft. The girls burst into laughter at the same time. After they had calmed down and sat down, they threw the menus to Lu Qing for him to choose. Then they turned to Yen Zhika and started talking about her study abroad. Why so sudden? Li Liantong maintained a dignified and quiet posture. Cuckoo, if that's the case, how many years will you be gone for? Zhong Yenru, who knew about this beforehand, asked with concern. Woo, I can't bear to part with my fragrant, fair, and soft big cuckoo. Although I already have a boyfriend, I still love you the most. The tall and slender Shi Xiangyang, whose eyes were slightly out of focus, said half jokingly and half sadly. She was the second one in Yen Zhika's dormitory to be single. She claimed that she couldn't take it anymore after being fed dog food for 2 semesters. Following Shi Xiangyang's words, the atmosphere suddenly became gloomy. The sensitive and delicate girls recalled the bits and pieces they had spent together in the past 2 years, and their eyes reddened a little. Yen Zhika forced a smile and said, "A year early is good. This means that I can come back a year early. At that time, Dirty Tong and Cabbage might still be studying and haven't graduated." Li Liantong and Shi Xiangyang had 7 years of clinical experience. They still had a long way to go. Maybe you already have a child, and we haven't graduated yet. Ever since she became familiar with Lu Qing, Li Liantong's pretense had decreased, and she could say such shocking words from time to time. After joking for a while, she suddenly sighed and said, "What should I do? I feel like I've fallen out of love. I can't see Ku who always blushes because of my teasing. I can't observe how you fall in love to gain experience. I can't." As she spoke, her voice gradually became softer, and she actually choked with sobs. This immediately made Zhong Yenru and Shi Xiangyang's eyes moisten, and they said similar words. The atmosphere became more and more sad, and Lu Qing also felt a little uncomfortable. No matter how good and confident he had said before, he panicked when he was concerned. How could he not have some feelings for the departure that was coming in a month's time? However, he concealed it very well, and his attitude was very proper. He didn't want to affect his little fairy's mood because of this. He exhaled, stood up and said, "I'll go out and order, and also use the washroom." This kind of scene was really not suitable for the waiter to come in and order. "Okay." Yen Zhika held back her emotions and nodded. After Lu Qing went out, Li Liantong picked up a tissue and wiped the corners of her eyes. She decided to change the topic and liven up the atmosphere. She curled her lips, looked at Yen Zhika, and squeezed out her signature smile. "Cuckoo, I remember you packed up and left 2 days ago. Ru also said that I should have informed you on the day the exam ended." "So?" Zhong Yenru asked blankly. Without waiting for Yen Zhika to speak, Li Liantong chuckled and said, "You left 2 days ago. Why did you suddenly come back to the school to treat us to a meal? You were nearby these 2 days, right? What did you do?" When a couple is about to separate, they can't help but break through their previous boundaries. Why are your thoughts so dirty? Yen Zhika's sadness dissipated, and shyness welled up. She habitually interrupted Li Liantong, wanting to change the topic. "Don't explain. Any explanation is a cover-up. If you don't believe me, you can ask Cabbage and Ru. They definitely don't believe that you can still control yourself at this time." Li Liantong pointed at Shi Xiangyang and Zhong Yenru, who had a look of realization. Seeing Yen Zhika's shyness, she blinked her eyes and lowered her voice. "I don't want to ask about your specific progress. I'm just curious. You know, girls tend to have more imagination than guys when they write about pure love. There are always some weird positions, no, diverging. I've seen many stories about powerful martial artists. They deduced the application of their various abilities at that time and broke through the sky. I just want to ask you, is it like this, for example? Don't ask." After Yen Zhika understood, she immediately interrupted Dirty Tong's words. Her pretty face became as bright as the sun, and she was so beautiful that it was out of this world. Images flashed in her mind, and she felt her cheeks heat up. Seeing this, Liu Yentong laughed out loud. See, I wasn't wrong, right? If Ku and the rest didn't do anything, they wouldn't have said, "Don't ask," just now. Instead, they would have said, "How would I know? Sigh, our favorite cabbage has really been taken by that guy outside. You tricked me." Yenjika blurted out. She was at a loss and embarrassed. I actually got tricked by Dirty Tong and admitted it myself. It's mainly because you have a guilty conscience. Liu Yentong covered her mouth and laughed. After coming back to their senses and understanding the situation, Shi Xiangyang and Zhong Yenru couldn't help but laugh. They either leaned on the table or lowered their heads, laughing heartily. Infected by them, Yenjika gradually started laughing as well. She felt that she really wasn't cut out for doing bad things, unless Qing brought her along and helped to cover it up. At this moment, Lu Qing came back from the washroom. He pushed the door open and said in surprise, "What are you guys laughing about?" Shi Xiangyang, Zhong Yenru and the rest looked at each other. Recalling Liu Yentong's example, they laughed even harder and almost slammed the table and chairs. Yenjika was also embarrassed and amused. She couldn't say anything. Lu Qing looked at them blankly and felt that he really couldn't understand. These four girls were so sad and sorrowful just a moment ago. Why are they smiling so brightly and happily in the blink of an eye? Girls are so complicated. The meal was sometimes sad and sometimes cheerful. However, all banquets must come to an end. Amidst the mess of cups and plates, Lu Qing called the waiter and paid the bill with his phone. After leaving the restaurant, they stood at the door. Zhong Yenru teared up again and said, "Ku, take care of yourself over there. Remember to come and play with us when you come back during the holidays." "Okay, okay." Yenjika tried her best not to cry and simply nodded in response. Just as Shi Xiangyang was about to speak, she suddenly lost her voice. After taking a deep breath, she said, "Ku, keep in touch when you're free. Now is the age of the internet. Everyone can still chat frequently. You and your Cheng have to be good. We're waiting for you to get married and give us red packets." "That's right. I have high hopes for you guys. You'll definitely make it to your wedding day." Liu Yentong imitated Yenjika's light-hearted tone. However, the redness at the corner of her eyes and the mist in her eyes had already deeply betrayed her. After a moment of sadness, Lu Qing and Yenjika bade farewell to them. They looked at each other and held hands again. If Dirty Tong and the others know that they can give us red packets now, they'll definitely be shocked. Yenjika smiled with complicated emotions. More than that. It's inevitable that there will be a floor full of glass shards. Lu Qing sighed and smiled faintly. After that, the newly married couple remeasured the many places they had left behind memories with their footsteps. From the lakeside where the grass was long and the birds were flying, to the desolate and vast western district, from the long bridge where they often met to the teaching building where they had lessons every day, in the next 2.5 days, they rarely went out. Other than eating and practicing martial arts, they stayed in the hotel room. There were even 2 times when they directly ordered takeout. One of them had abnormal physical strength and was full of vigor, while the other was bursting with emotions and was indulging in youthfulness and passion to their heart's content. They couldn't wait to become conjoined twins. On Monday, June 30th, Yenjika received the materials sent by Yen Kai and Ji Mingyu. She handed them over to the school office and embarked on the journey back to Shushan with Lu Qing. When there was a need here, she would come back to cooperate. However, at that time, it would most likely be Empress Dowager instead of Lu Qing who would accompany her. June 30th, 5:40 p.m. The high-speed train was speeding and was about to arrive at Shushan Station. Lu Qing didn't play with his phone. He tilted his head and looked at the exhausted fairy who was sleeping. Thinking of the crazy days these days, his heart was full of tenderness and sweetness. He felt that his wife was so beautiful and he liked her so much. At first, he put his arm around Yenjika's shoulder. Then, he felt that it wasn't enough, so he slid down to hold her slender waist. Then, he felt that it wasn't enough, so he leaned over and held her completely in his arms, breathing in her fragrance. After a while, Yenjika woke up from her sleep with trembling eyelashes. She looked up and saw Lu Cheng's familiar face. The loss caused by the nightmare immediately disappeared. She reached out and hugged her husband's waist. After hugging quietly for a while, their phones rang at the same time. It was from each other's mother. "Hello, Mom. What's up?" Lu Cheng answered the phone in surprise and lowered his voice. Yenjika beside him also spoke in a similar tone. Qi Fang nagged, "You're coming back soon, right? We were going to eat at home tonight, but your grandpa asked us to come over. He said that Ertzi wanted to treat us. He heard that you're back, so he insisted on treating us." Chapter 427. Seriously, they didn't even know to postpone it for a day. "I'm already drooling over your home-cooked dishes." Lu Cheng flattered. Qi Fang smiled proudly. "Isn't that right? I've already bought the groceries. Let's talk about it when you get home. We'll go there when both of you are back." Okay. Lu Cheng hung up the phone and turned to look at his little wife, no, his leader. He smiled and said, "It's my mom. What a coincidence." "Me too." Yenjika smiled and shook the phone. "Empress Dowager and my dad are at the square in front of the station." Lu Cheng thought for a while and said with a smile, "Now I don't have to avoid them and can send you out directly." "Cool, do you think I should call you Mom and Dad?" Yenjika opened her mouth and pursed her lips. She glanced at Lu Cheng and said, "I don't care if you have the nerve to call me that." While they were flirting, the train stopped at the station. Lu Cheng stood up and took Yenjika's suitcase down with one hand as if it was a child's toy. Carrying the luggage, dragging the suitcase and pulling his wife, Lu Cheng walked out of the train in high spirits and entered the arrival hall. When they were about to go out, they saw the sun outside, the bright sky and the steaming heat. He and Yenjika looked at each other subconsciously and sighed suddenly in their hearts. These dreamy, beautiful and crazy days were over, scenes flashed through their minds one after another, and the two of them fell silent. However, they pulled each other even tighter and leaned closer together. Out of the hall and turning around the road, Lu Cheng's eyes suddenly opened up. The square was dyed golden red in the last brilliance of the setting sun. The elegant Yan Kai and the mature and beautiful Ji Mingyu were waiting a few steps away. They were holding hands and holding umbrellas. "Your parents have such a good relationship." Lu Cheng broke the silence and praised from the bottom of his heart. They had been together for more than 20 years. Yenjika raised her head proudly and said with a smile, "Young man, work hard. They are your role model and goal. All goals are meant to be surpassed." Lu Cheng chuckled. While talking, the two of them had already approached Yan Kai, who had a slightly complicated look in his eyes, and Ji Mingyu, who was smiling. Lu Cheng somewhat guiltily called out, "Uncle, Auntie. Dad, Mom." Yenjika didn't let go of Lu Cheng's hand and just called them like a spoiled child. Just as Ji Mingyu was about to speak, she glanced at her daughter and her heart skipped a beat. Although Ku's expression hid her tiredness, her entire person was delicate and radiant. Even as her mother, she had a strong sense of amazement. She thought about how her daughter was going to leave the country soon and was about to leave her boyfriend. As someone who had been there before, she understood. However, she didn't blame Lu Cheng. After he entered the dance stage and won the youth tournament in one fell swoop, she felt that the two little guys would steal the forbidden fruit at any time. Because of this, she even reminded her daughter to pay attention to safety measures. She didn't expect that this kid could hold back until recently. Then she remembered that her daughter didn't give up her dream because of this and obviously got support and understanding from her boyfriend. Ji Mingyu looked at Lu Cheng more highly and was more satisfied with him. "Now that you have a boyfriend, you don't want to be close to your mother anymore?" She looked at her daughter and joked, lifting her left arm. Yenjika's pretty face blushed. She let go of Lu Cheng's hand and took half a step forward, intimately hugging Empress Dowager's arm. She said in a sweet voice, "No." Because of the private engagement, she felt a little guilty toward her parents. Ji Mingyu turned to Lu Cheng and said with a warm smile, "Little Lu, where is your house? Let's go together. We'll send you back on the way. It's troublesome to take a taxi." "Okay, thank you, Auntie." Lu Cheng didn't reject the olive branch from his mother-in-law at all. After saying that, he quietly mouthed to Yenjika, indicating that what he wanted to say was actually, "Thank you, Mom." Yenjika wrinkled her nose and gave him a coquettish stare. The Yen family's car was parked outside the square in front of the station. Along the way, Ji Mingyu and Yenjika walked in the center with umbrellas. Yen Kai and Lu Cheng accompanied them, listening to the mother and daughter chat and occasionally adding a few words. After putting down their luggage and getting on the SUV, Lu Cheng and Yenjika sat in the back and clasped their hands together again. After the car started, Yen Kai looked back at his daughter and said with a smile, "Ko, your grandparents want you to live in Jinkei County for a while to accompany them. They're afraid that after you go abroad, they won't be able to see you again." "How can that be? I always come back during the long holidays. It's almost the same as now." Yenjika subconsciously defended herself. "Your grandparents mean that it's not convenient for them to make phone calls." Yen Kai smiled gently. Yenjika looked up and said, "Then they can video chat online. They can see me directly." "Well, this time I have to teach them how to do it." Listening to their conversation, Lu Cheng was a little disappointed. Ko was going to stay at her grandparents' house for a few days. Didn't that mean that he would be separated from her for a while? Their time together before going abroad would be reduced a lot. At this time, Yenjika turned to look at him. Her face was flushed, but she said firmly, "Dad, didn't my grandparents say that they want to see Cheng? I'll go with him then." Pfft. Ji Mingyu, who was driving, couldn't help but laugh. She was both disdainful and proud. She didn't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing to have a daughter who looked like her. Yen Kai was silent for a while and then said with a complicated smile, "Okay." Lu Cheng was pleasantly surprised and his disappointment disappeared. He couldn't help but pull his little fairy's hand towards him. They looked at each other and smiled. Yen Kai asked, "When are you going?" "A few more days. I have to go to Cheng's house." Yenjika's eyes were dizzy, and her voice was getting lower and lower. An ugly daughter-in-law has to meet her parents-in-law, and she's already a legal daughter-in-law. Although Yen Kai was mentally prepared, he still felt inexplicably melancholy. He always felt that his daughter was not grown up yet. How could she be abducted? How could she be at the stage of meeting her parents-in-law? Then you have to prepare well. I didn't know these things back then, and no one taught me. I almost made a fool of myself the first time I came here. Ji Mingyu recalled and said, angrily. Yen Kai thought for a while and said, "Say hello to Lu's parents for me." In Shoshan, unless it was a blind date, in-laws were not allowed to meet when the younger generation was meeting their parents. Only when the young couple had a stable relationship and were ready to talk about marriage would they have a few special gatherings to finalize details such as the date. "Thank you, Uncle Yen." Lu Cheng hurriedly returned the greeting on behalf of his parents. Not long after, Ji Mingyu parked the car across the road according to his instructions. Waving goodbye to his real wife, mother-in-law, and father-in-law, Lu Cheng stepped into the familiar yet strange neighborhood. The general environment and layout of the buildings here had not changed. More than 10 years felt like a day, as if it had been sealed in time. Most of the pedestrians were the same, but there were more mottled faces, more white hair, and more recently born faces. The renovation of the new house had been completed at the end of April, but it would be open for a while. According to Chi Fang, they would choose a date to move in October. Along the way, Lu Cheng was greeted by people. Some people treated him as someone else's child and scolded the teenager beside them, which made him laugh secretly. He walked briskly up the stairs, took out the key and opened the door. Before he entered, He saw his mother coming over with a smile. "You're fast. Uncle Yen sent me back." Lu Qing answered frankly. He glanced at the living room and asked, "Where's Dad?" "Him." Qi Fang replied unhappily. Since he became the factory director, he has been busier than before. He said that he has to live up to the trust of others. He's not home until 6:30 every day. "Don't mention your dad." Then she smiled and said, "When is Zhika coming? Your mother has to be prepared in advance." Her daughter-in-law was coming, so she took the initiative to change Yen Zhika to Zhika. "Zhika is fine these days. It's up to you." Lu Qing struck while the iron was hot. "How about tomorrow?" No, I don't know if she'll like the food I prepared for you. I have to do a big cleaning and tidy up the house. I can't see her in such a mess." Qi Fang said to herself. "Also, I have to call your aunt and ask her to send some vegetables from her farm. Zhika comes from a good family and must be tired of expensive food. She has to try something new." Listening to his mother's nagging and feeling how much she valued her daughter-in-law, Lu Qing felt warm and couldn't help but laugh. "What are you laughing at?" Qi Fang took out her phone and didn't have time to make the call. "I'm happy for Zhika." Lu Qing replied humorously. Qi Fang smiled. "I've asked around. Zhika is a good girl. She's gentle and pretty. She was much better than you when we were in number 1 middle school. Didn't you always say good things about her in my year?" At the mention of number 1 middle school, she suddenly sighed. "Cheng, when you were in high school, I was worried that you wouldn't be able to find a girlfriend." "Ah. I wasn't a boring and introverted person in high school. Was I that bad?" Lu Qing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't know what to say. Double critical damage from his own mother. After Qi Fang contacted Qi Yan and set the date for the day after tomorrow, Lu Qing took out his phone and sent a message to Yen Zhika, whose name had been changed to Madam Wife. "My mom said the day after tomorrow. She values you so much that she even asked me what you like to eat. She wants to go to the market to buy it again. She even asked my aunt to send the vegetables that she planted at home over. She also wants to do a big cleaning and do your hair." For the sake of family harmony, he didn't hesitate to praise his mother and daughter-in-law in front of them. Yen Zhika replied with a blushing expression, "Auntie is so nice. You have to call her mom." Snickering expression, Lu Qing replied. "Go away, I don't have a husband like you." Yen Zhika sent an expression of blowing a whistle for a red card, followed by an expression of lowering her head and smiling shyly. "I'm still not used to calling you that. My face was burning from typing just now. It's so embarrassing. But it's not the first time you've called me that these days." Raising eyebrows expression, Lu Qing replied. "That's when I'm in a daze." After sending this message, Yen Zhika suddenly came to her senses. Her face was as red as a tomato and she replied bitterly, "I'm not going to talk to you anymore." After a while, Lu Jisheng called and asked Qi Fang and Lu Cheng to go downstairs directly. He said that Erzi would drive to pick them up. "Not bad," Qi Fang said and pulled her son out of the house. They went downstairs and arrived at the entrance of the community. Erzi drove a big Benz this time. He was smoking and chatting with Lu Cheng's father, Lu Jisheng. When he saw Lu Cheng, he immediately put on a smile and greeted him. "Cheng, I finally meet you. You're the pride of our Lu family." The sky was getting dark. Lu Cheng glanced at him and found that he did look a little like his cousin Lu Yanwei. He smiled modestly and said, "You're too kind, Brother Erzi. You're also awesome." Why did he call him Brother Erzi? Because I still don't know what his real name is. Chapter 428. "Ha, I'm just earning hard money. Well, let's get in the car. Mr. and Mrs. C are almost done. We can't keep them waiting for too long." Seeing Lu Cheng, Erzi put out the remaining half of the cigarette in his hand without hesitation, which made Lu Jisheng, who was smoking, stunned for a dozen seconds. Lu Qing smiled and shook his head. If you're earning hard money, then I'm earning hard money too. Money that could be earned through sweat and blood. Lu Jisheng also put out the cigarette in his hand and threw it in the trash can. He and Qi Fang sat in the back of the Benz. After Lu Qing fastened his seatbelt, Erzi started the car and drove to Lu Debang's house. He said with a smile, I watched your national competition from the beginning to the end. You're awesome. Every man dreams of becoming a master, and you're already a master. On the way, he didn't talk about anything else but martial arts. Occasionally, he would praise Lu Qing in front of Lu Cheng's parents, making the atmosphere relaxed and harmonious. He must have been in the business for many years. Lu Qing commented in his mind, but he pretended to be polite. Arriving at his grandfather's house, Lu Qing had just finished greeting everyone when his cousin, Ma Shi, dragged him into the room. Her eyes sparkled as she pointed at a pile of posters and notebooks. Brother, you promised me that you would sign for my classmates. She said with pride and admiration, at least half of our classmates idolize you. Since I said I'm your idol, I'll sign them even if I have to kneel down. Lu Qing laughed self-deprecatingly. He took a photo of the pile of posters and notebooks and sent it to his wife. He used an emoji with his head hanging from a beam to express his woes. The troubles of becoming famous. Look at your calligraphy. Yenjika put her hands on her hips and looked at the sky proudly. Seeing her cousin's smiling expression, Mashi asked curiously, sister-in-law? Everyone who watched the final competition was impressed by the hug between Lu Qing and Yenjika. Yeah, it's a blow to me. Lu Qing shook his head with a smile. He took the pen and began to write his name. His wrist was steady and his strength was moderate. The more he wrote, the worse it got. All right. Finally, he exhaled and ended the activity that destroyed his confidence in calligraphy. Of course, if he wrote the words Qian or Xing, he would still be able to meet people with the help of visualization. Thank you, second brother. You're so nice. Ma Shi happily organized the posters and notebooks. By the time the brother and sister left the room, the two tables had been put together. Plates and basins of cooked dishes were brought out one by one. The aroma of the dishes lingered in the air. It was different from before. This is the game I got from Uncle Yu in the village. Try it, it's really good. Erzi introduced them to Lu Cheng with a smile and praised Lu Jiqiang. It's all thanks to second uncle's excellent craftsmanship. Most people wouldn't be able to handle these. Lu Jiqiang smiled smugly and said, these wild animals are just like that. Back when I was a cook in the army, he kept bragging about the past, completely not noticing that Erzi's face had darkened a bit. These wild animals were just so. Lu Qing wanted to laugh when he heard their conversation. He secretly sighed that his second father was indeed a man who offended others the moment he opened his mouth. When he sat down and tasted a few pieces of different game, his mind suddenly became active. It's really good. I should let Ku try it too. Well, I was worried about what to bring to Ku's grandfather's house. Uncle Yu in the village should be the uncle who told me to go to him if I want to eat wild animals. I'm his son's savior. While thinking, he didn't feel ashamed to ask about the dishes he thought were good, and he firmly remembered Erzi's answer. This meal made Lu Debang very happy. He made an exception and drank more than usual. After praising Lu Cheng, he reminded Lu Yanwei to work hard under Erzi and live up to the expectations of his relatives. At this time, Lu Cheng noticed that his cousin Lu Yanwei was dressed like a dog, so he asked with concern, Brother, what are you doing with brother Erzi now? The day Qi Fang mentioned this, he wanted to ask his cousin, but he didn't expect that Yan Zhika would go abroad a year early. He didn't have time to care about it. Before Lu Yanwei had time to answer, Erzi said with a smile, You've won the nationals and become the heavenly son of the era. The entire Shushan city is proud of you, and the martial arts atmosphere is flourishing. In addition, the team formed by your city performed well this time and almost made it to the second stage. You already have a lot of supporters. Therefore, your city plans to build a new martial arts arena and form a comprehensive business district that integrates health, fitness, leisure, and entertainment. I'm new here, so I don't have a big appetite. I only want to eat one piece, but I'm not familiar with this place, so I asked Yanwei to help me. Then he looked at Lu Debang and said, "Fourth Grandpa, don't worry. Yanwei has done a good job these days." Lu Qing listened to them thoughtfully and didn't express any opinion. Instead, the elders all exclaimed that he had become a household name in Shushan and directly led a trend that changed the city's planning. Star. Erzi laughed secretly and shook his head slightly. Fourth Grandpa's family had little contact with the martial arts circle, so they didn't have any practical experience. They only knew that Cheng was a great man, but they didn't know how great he was or what it meant in the real world. They just thought he was like a star. But in fact, in his eyes, as half an insider in the martial arts circle, Cheng should be a powerful man, famous and powerful in the future. He didn't talk about this, but changed the topic and talked about the family affairs in Qingfu County. The lively dinner was coming to an end. At this time, Lu Yanwei, whose face was getting rounder, winked at Lu Cheng, indicating that he had something to say to him. "I'll take the fruit out of the fridge." Lu Yanwei stood up and walked to the kitchen, which made his mother, Wang Lily, want to wipe her tears. She sighed that her son had finally matured. Lu Cheng went to the kitchen with an excuse to go to the bathroom. He saw Lu Yanwei holding his phone and chatting with someone with a smile on his face. I have a girlfriend," he said to his cousin, a little embarrassed. "Ah. Brother, when did you have a girlfriend?" Lu Cheng was shocked. Didn't his cousin go on several blind dates without success? Just right. Lu Yanwei smiled so widely that his eyebrows couldn't be seen. "We met before playing games. But at that time, I failed to start a business several times. I didn't have any confidence and didn't dare to pursue her. Recently, I ran some business with Brother Erzi and got back some confidence and some money." As he spoke, his voice grew softer and softer. Suddenly, he exhaled and said hesitantly, "Cheng, I feel like I'm in a dream right now. What if Brother Erzi doesn't succeed in his business or I accidentally offend him? Wouldn't I be back to square one?" From his face, Lu Cheng could see that he was worried about personal gains and losses. After thinking about it, he recalled Ku's occasional words and combined them with his own experience and opinion. "Brother, you don't have to worry so much. What's important is what you can learn from this. You see, in business, you need money, connections, and foresight. If you follow Brother Erzi, you'll definitely meet a lot of business people. You'll build up your own connections if you deal with them well. Then you'll gain experience and foresight from this project. Even if it doesn't succeed in the future, or they turn against you, you'll become a better Lu Yanwei and can find a way out." Lu Yanwei listened attentively. His expression gradually relaxed as if he had untied a lot of his worries. After a moment of silence, he said self-deprecatingly, "Cheng, why do I feel that you're more mature than me? It's as if you're my brother. I almost called you brother just now." Lu Cheng pointed at himself and laughed. "Call me brother? Come on. You're so rude." Lu Yanwei's smile brightened. He took out fruits from the fridge and cut them into plates and rinsed them. After dinner, Erzi said that they had finally gathered everyone and proposed to take a family photo. He would find a place to print it digitally. Lu Cheng didn't care. He stood beside his grandfather and completed the photo. After taking the family photo, Erzi took the initiative to ask Lu Cheng to take a picture with the heavenly son of the age. Lu Cheng wouldn't refuse such a small thing. Learning from his little fairy, he stepped back and faced the camera with a smile. After chatting for a long time and sending the Lu family back home, Erzi drove to Qingfu County via the highway. He entered his own company and turned on the computer to print the photos. After carefully looking at the family photo and the one with Lu Cheng for a while, the smile on his face grew wider. He turned over 2 photo frames, put them in, and placed them on the boss's desk, facing the guests. Just then, his phone rang. A call came in. Hello, brother He. Why are you calling me so late? I'm in the company. Come over and we can talk face to face. Okay, I'll wait for you. Putting down his phone, the corners of Erzi's mouth curled up. His gaze passed through the window and looked at the lights below. After almost half an hour, the sound of footsteps could be heard. A 30-year-old man in a suit pushed open the door to Erzi's office. He saw Erzi sitting behind the desk, holding a pen in both hands and slowly turning it. Boss Lu, you're in a good mood. The man in the suit smiled reservedly. Just then, his eyes swept over the 2 photo frames on the table and saw the 2 photos. Boss Lu, you don't show your true colors. The man in the suit was stunned at first, then his smile turned into a bright one. Erzi, Lu Yuanzhang's smile became more obvious. In the Lu family, after Lu Jisheng went to take a shower, Lu Cheng and Qi Fang talked about Yan Zhika's favorite dishes. In the midst of their idle chatter, he suddenly remembered something and interrupted them. Mom, do you know Erzi's name? You haven't mentioned it to me. I didn't think about asking before. Qi Fang was stunned for a moment and answered, Lu Yuan, what's Lu Yuan again? Sigh, I don't remember clearly. Speaking of this, the mother and son looked at each other and smiled, throwing this matter to the back of their minds. Who cares what his name is? Chapter 429. Qi Fang returned to the topic at hand. She asked curiously and nervously, what's the matter with Erzi? Cheng, how much did Zhika's family give you when you visited them? I have to go to the bank tomorrow to withdraw money for this. Lu Qing smiled and said, 10,001 yuan. The meeting with his parents-in-law was informal, so he didn't have the necessary etiquette. He didn't receive a big red packet until he went to Jiangnan and finished his walk with Senior Ji. No, he should call him Grandpa. In fact, to the Ji family and the Yen family, a red packet of 10,001 yuan was nothing at all. However, considering the Lu family situation and the fact that Lu Cheng was still in school, they decided on this number. It was more symbolic than practical, 10,001. That's good, that's good. Qi Fang breathed a sigh of relief and smiled again. If it had been 2 months ago, she might have had a headache over the issue of red packets since she had spent all her savings on buying a house and renovating a house. However, things had come to an end. Lu Jisheng had been promoted and received incentive shares and corresponding bonuses. Their family's financial situation had improved, and they could still afford 10,000 yuan. As for the couple getting married, it was still too early, at least 3 years away. By then, they would be well off. Lu Cheng felt his mother relax and couldn't help but smile. Mom, you don't have to go to the bank tomorrow. I have almost 10,001 yuan in cash. You just need to get some. For your wife. Qi Fang was about to say something wrong. She laughed and said, it's a red packet for your girlfriend. How can I spend your money? But isn't it natural for me to give money to my parents? Lu Cheng said gently. Mom, you're right. You're my wife, and you have a certificate. No, this is a gift from your dad and me. Qi Fang waved her hand and refused. Our family is doing well these days. Keep the cash for yourself. Don't let her suffer. Okay. Lu Cheng didn't insist. After all, he would find a chance to give more money to his mom in 2 days. At this time, Lu Jisheng came out of the shower. With the TV program as the background, the family of 3 talked a lot about Yan Zhika's visit to her in-laws. In the end, Qi Fang clapped her hands and decided to take her husband to buy some nice clothes after the cleaning tomorrow, so as not to embarrass her son. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The night was getting darker. Lu Cheng finished showering and lay on the bed. He shared the contents of their discussion with Yan Zhika in the form of interesting news. He played the role of a mole perfectly. After talking about this matter, he felt the desolation and silence around him. He sighed with a smile and typed on the keyboard. The night is long, I can't sleep alone. Yenjika quickly replied with a snickering emoji, unfortunately, I have Empress Dowager to accompany me. Mother and daughter talk at night. I don't know what it means to be alone and unable to sleep. After that, she sent a message, do you think I will sympathize with you? I almost laughed out loud, expression. Following that, she added, alright, big sister will dote on you tomorrow. Be good and go to sleep. Sensing the subtle fluctuations and changes in his wife's emotions, Lu Qing smiled and asked, how does it hurt? How else can it hurt? In broad daylight, in front of so many people, how do you want it to hurt? Yenjika said with an emoji of slamming the table. I just want you to have breakfast with me. What are you thinking about? Cool, your thoughts are a little dirty recently. Lu Qing replied with an emoji of a sinister smile. Yenjika's face was flushed. She gritted her teeth and sent an emoji of knocking on the head. It's all because you are too dirty. That's why I'm thinking dirty. It's all your fault. Quick, say, I'm wrong. Yes, Coach Yen, I'm wrong. Lu Qing typed with a smile and inexplicably missed her. Seeing his reply, Yenjika was silent for more than 10 seconds. Qing, what? Lu Qing asked in confusion. I miss you a little. Yenjika held her phone and lay on her side. Her eyes softened. Although they had only been apart for a little more than 4 hours, me too. Seeing this, Lu Cheng's emotions calmed down. His heart was peaceful, just like the scenery outside the window covered with a veil of moonlight. Compared to the burning passion, this was the beauty on the other side of love. The next morning, Lu Cheng got up early and quickly washed up. He put on the navy blue Longhu Club martial arts suit and ran to the villa community by Backwater Lake to warm up before the training. At the entrance of the community, he sent a message. Not long after, he saw Yenjika running out quickly. The girl's black hair was tied up and she was wearing plain white. She was pretty and elegant. What a coincidence! Lu Cheng said with a smile. Ku was wearing the female version of the Longhu Club martial arts suit, which happened to be a matching outfit with his. And they didn't tell each other beforehand. What a coincidence! Yenjika showed her dimples and smiled sweetly. Girls always liked coincidences like this. It made them feel as if their hearts were connected. Without saying anything, the couple looked at each other deeply and ran to Backwater Lake with a smile. In summer, the sun rose early, so people started their morning exercises earlier. Lu Cheng and Yenjika changed their usual places 3 times before they found a relatively secluded training spot. After a tender kiss, the two of them separated. Lu Cheng got into a stance and started to move his joints. Crackling sounds came from his body. After this, he couldn't help but turn his head to look at his wife. He saw Yenjika's face was red and she was ready to practice still stance. Practice your martial arts. What are you looking at? Sensing Lu Cheng's gaze, the girl pouted playfully. Her eyes were clear and seductive. I'm looking at the motivation for practicing martial arts. Lu Cheng replied with a smile, training harder and harder. Just like that, they focused on each other and occasionally looked at each other. They felt that time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of the morning exercise. Ku, what's your plan today? Lu Cheng asked with a smile while jogging to breakfast. Yenjika looked up and said, I have to chat with Empress Dowager and my dad and cook with them. Well, I'm just an assistant and have to buy a gift for your family. What about you? If you didn't have any plans, we would have fooled around together. Lu Cheng laughed. Fooled around your head. Yenjika glared at him, annoyed and amused. What kind of words are you using? Lu Cheng laughed and said, since you want to spend time with Empress Dowager and your father-in-law, I have to go home and help my mom with the cleaning. He wasn't familiar with his father-in-law and mother-in-law yet. It would be awkward to intrude and ruin the atmosphere and feelings. After the cleaning, I'll go to the Gushin Martial Arts School's strength training gymnasium for another 2 hours to push the door of the Inhuman stage. Then I'll find Qin Rui and Fatty Jiang for a gathering. He described his plan. Okay. Yenjika nodded like a chick pecking at rice. As they ran, the two of them slowed down their pace. They started to hold hands and then they started to walk faster. After eating the dumplings outside the number 1 middle school and sending his little fairy to the entrance of the neighborhood, Lu Qing started his daily routine according to plan. It was past 1:00 in the afternoon. The scorching sun was high in the sky and there seemed to be heat waves rising from the ground. Lu Qing, Jiang Fei, and Qin Rui hid in a row under the shade of a tree and sat on the railing, leisurely looking at the gate of the number 1 middle school a few meters away, watching the youthful juniors walk in one by one. Qing, if you don't wear glasses, there will be a lot of people surrounding you. Fatty Jiang turned his head and looked at his best friend's plain glasses. Yeah, Qing is now a big celebrity in Shushan. Our martial arts school doesn't need to say anything. As long as we mention that he used to be a part-time coach here, the number of applicants will explode instantly. Qin Rui echoed with a smile. After he succeeded in meditation, his strength improved rapidly. With the training of the preliminaries, he was almost at the level of 9th pin, almost catching up with Dai Lin Feng. Lu Qing laughed and said, I worked hard to achieve this. You can't be jealous. By the way, why didn't old Qing come out? He usually takes a long time to reply when I chat with him on QQ, he hadn't seen Qing Chili for almost a year. It's the same if I talk to him. Alas, maybe he made a lot of new friends in college and was busy with other things, so he didn't have time to meet us old classmates. Jiang Fei sighed. I've always thought that my contact with the other students in class would indeed become less and less in the future. However, the friendship between the three of us should be able to last for a very, very long time. In the end, sigh, when old Qing thinks of us in the future, it will most likely be a red bomb, believe it or not, I will send you one now. Lu Qing complained in his heart, feeling a little disappointed. Friendship was such a thing. Once one party was cold, they would quickly become passers-by. The other classmates here expressed their dissatisfaction. Qin Rui made a joke. I'm just giving an example. I'm just lamenting my relationship with old Qing. Jiang Fei pointed at the gate of the number 1 middle school and said, Qing, old Qing, and I would sit here from time to time, looking at the school gate to see if there were any beautiful girls to admire. We would enter when class was about to start. Once, we happened to see Yenjika, with her long hair fluttering in the wind. He stopped here and thought of the end of the goddess. He glanced at Lu Qing sadly and said, forget it, let's not talk about it. It's really a sad story. Ha! Lu Qing laughed, both physically and mentally. Qin Rui also laughed and said, I heard that there was a new teaching director recently. He forbade girls to keep long hair, damn, what a pervert. Jiang Fei cursed excitedly. After joking about school affairs for a while, Qin Rui said smugly, Qing, how confident do you think I am to participate in the ranking event of professional 9th pin now? He had asked Lu Qing for advice in the morning. Settle down and train hard for 3 more months. You have a great chance to participate in the ranking event in October. Lu Qing didn't exaggerate or belittle. Okay. Qin Rui gripped the railing tightly and couldn't hide his smile. Jiang Fei sighed and said, I feel that you two are not from the same world as me. When I first entered school, I wanted to be a successful person in the future. After 2 years of school, my dream has plummeted. I just want to find a good job after graduation so that I don't have to live off my parents. After 2 more years, your dream will still plummet. Lu Qing said sarcastically, as long as you have a job. Maybe. No, I have to pull myself together. Jiang Fei seemed to be stimulated. He had once wanted to lose weight and exercise, but after a winter break, he stopped. He only did it once a week. Sometimes he would even slack off, so his body remained the same and he still didn't have a girlfriend. While Jiang Fei was murmuring, Lu Cheng's phone rang and an incoming call came in. "Hello, master." Seeing that it was Comrade Shi Jiangwo, he quickly answered the call. "Brat, I'm getting your visa to America." Geezer Shi coughed and said, "Are you busy today?" Lu Cheng was puzzled and answered, "Nothing." "Why did master ask this?" "Well, I have a small task for you. It'll take you half a day at most." Geezer Shi laughed. "A small task?" Lu Cheng said to himself in surprise. Chapter 430. What's the matter? Lu Cheng felt uneasy. His master was sometimes unreliable. Geezer Shi laughed and said, "A disciple of the ice god sect named Li Zhenhua is in trouble in Linbian. You're the closest to him, so go and take care of him." Taking the high-speed rail to Linbian was indeed an hour and a half wasted time. Lu Cheng nodded slightly and asked, "Master, what's the trouble?" "It's a long story." "You brat, you don't understand this old man at all." Geezer Shi laughed and scolded him. "Write down her phone number and call her later. She'll tell you the whole thing, XXXXX. Okay." Lu Cheng repeated it twice and asked Jiang Fei to write it down. He asked, "Master, I'm not working part-time in the sect. I should be paid for this kind of task, right?" "Hey, when did you become so greedy?" Geezer Shi smiled in surprise. Lu Cheng smiled embarrassedly and said, "Ku is going to study in America, so I need to save more money for the trip." As for using his own influence and connections to do business with others, he still couldn't cross the threshold in his heart for the time being. "Not bad. You know how to save money for this. You're very responsible. I'm sure you'll be paid. Let's talk about it later. How can the sect treat you unfairly? Even if it's not for you, it's for me." At this point, Geezer Shi was still worried and reminded him, "When you arrive at the woodland, remember to give me a call if anything unexpected happens." "Okay." Lu Cheng didn't say more. After the call, he quickly dialed the number his master gave him. The cheerful ringtone rang for less than 3 seconds before the call was connected. A tired and anxious female voice said, "Hello, who's this?" "I'm Lu Cheng from the Ice God sect." Lu Cheng's voice was low and concise. The female voice suddenly became excited. "Hello, senior. I'm Li Zhenhua's girlfriend, Zhang Xiaozi." Senior?" Lu Cheng was stunned by the name. He didn't have time to correct her and asked directly, "What happened to Li Zhenhua?" It was his girlfriend who was answering the phone. "They didn't tell you?" "Zhenhua, he's missing." "Senior, this matter is rather complicated, so I can't explain it clearly. When you arrive, I'll tell you the details in person," Zhang Xiaozi said in an anxious tone. Sure enough, master is not very reliable. Lu Cheng thought to himself. Since he had to go and take a look anyway, he nodded and said, "Okay, I'll let you know when I book the tickets. Let's meet at the high-speed rail station." Okay, I'll wait for you, senior." Zhang Xiaozi was obviously relieved, as if she had found her backbone. "Senpai, do I sound that old?" He opened the app and booked the train to Linbian at 2:25 p.m., leaving the return trip aside for the time being. "Fatty Jiang, send me to the high-speed rail station. I have something to deal with in the sect." Lu Cheng had never been polite with Jiang Fei. "Tisk, Cheng, you're starting to look like a business elite." Jiang Fei had just finished watching a series about the workplace last night. Lu Cheng was about to mock himself when he suddenly thought of something. "Wait, Fatty Jiang, send me home first, then go to the high-speed rail station." Linbian was not part of the Xing province, but an important border area. Although it was still far from the national border, it was a land transportation hub with a large flow of people. The security there was not very good, and could even be said to be a little chaotic. Even though he was in Shushan, he could hear from time to time that there was a big case there. Plus, it was a multi-ethnic area, so the atmosphere was quite tough. Therefore, even if he did not intend to do it, he had to be prepared. As the car started moving, Lu Qing took out his phone and sent a message to Yenjika. Facepalm expression, capable people do more work. My master sent me to Linbian to deal with a trouble caused by a junior disciple. I'm a martial uncle, and if something really happens to someone of my generation, it's not something I can solve. Yenjika replied very quickly with an emoji of a dumbfounded face. Okay, so sudden. Linbian is quite chaotic. Cheng, you have to be careful. Change into your martial arts suit. No matter what happens, don't think about holding back. You're the most important, she said a lot in one go, and at the end, she said, I'll wait for you to come back. With my dear wife's words, I'll definitely be able to return safely tonight. Lu Qing sent an excited emoji with a red scarf wrapped around its head. I'm just about to go home and change into my martial arts suit. When he reached home, he took out another set of navy blue Longhu Club martial arts suit and changed into the custom-made training shoes made for him by Wu Qinggui's company. He tightened his sleeves, took his phone and wallet, and strode out of the door. 2:08 p.m. He was sent to the high-speed rail station by Jiang Fei. 2:15 p.m. Lu Qing passed the security check and boarded the high-speed rail. 2:25 p.m. The high-speed rail started on time, roaring towards the south. 3:52 p.m. The high-speed rail stopped at Linbian Station. Lu Qing sent a message to Yenjika and followed the line out of the carriage. 3:59 p.m. He walked out of the arrival hall in his navy blue suit and found the iconic white horse statue in the square in front of the station. This was the place where he and Zhang Xiaozi agreed to meet. Say. Senior. A girl in her 20s with a hairstyle called out uncertainly. She was thin, wearing a short-sleeved shirt, shorts, and jogging shoes. She could barely be considered pretty. Zhang Xiaozi? Lu Qing asked in reply. Yes, yes, yes. You're Senior Lu Qing. Didn't you say you were going to meet a martial uncle? Zhang Xiaozi asked, half surprised and half confused. It was because of this that she called him senior directly. I know you're not a disciple of the Ice God sect, and you don't care much about the university martial arts competition or similar topics. Lu Qing thought and nodded steadily. I joined the sect late, so I'm senior. Before Zhang Xiaozi asked again, he looked at the taxi queue and adjusted the sleeves of his martial arts suit. Let's talk on the way. Don't waste time. She was missing, so he had to seize every minute and second. Yes, senior. Zhang Xiaozi quickened her pace and followed beside Lu Qing. She quickly picked up the key points. Linbian has a rich man called Si Jianting. He colluded with a warlord in the war-torn area in the south. He opened several underground casinos near the border and lured many people to play there until they lost their family fortune. Zhenhua's father was one of them. When he was 13 years old, he committed suicide in the casino, and his family was ruined. He came for revenge. Do you have evidence? Lu Qing didn't stop walking and asked directly. The sect generally didn't care about this kind of revenge that didn't have any reliable clues. Yes. Zhang Xiaozi quickened her pace to a trot. He watched Si Jianting for 2 or 3 years. This time he said he could get decisive evidence, so he rushed to Linbian. Because he was afraid of an accident, he took me with him. He told me to immediately notify the sect if something was wrong. Then how did he go missing? Lu Qing slowed down his pace and wasn't so anxious to get close to the taxi queue. There were so many people, so who knew if the taxi driver knew the person over there? Zhang Xiaozi took a breath and said, Last night, Zhenhua said that he wanted to investigate Si Jianting's Lin Fu building at night and find those several decisive pieces of evidence. I watched him go in, but he didn't come out the entire night. I saw that something was wrong, so I immediately called the sect's senior brothers according to what he said. The sect first pressured the provincial police to come here and deal with it, but their local protectionism is particularly strong, so they didn't pay much attention. They searched once and found nothing. They looked at the surveillance video, but there was no scene of Zhenhua going in. I clearly saw him go in. I urged them again and again, but there was still no result. I could only report back to the sect, and they let Senior come. Although Lu Cheng was much younger than she had expected, in this kind of situation, she was grasping at the last straw. She didn't dare to change her attitude in the slightest. Lu Cheng quickened his pace and said in a low voice, "Let's go to the Linfu building to take a look first. You carefully recall if there are any important details missing. We'll talk about it after we get off the taxi." "Yes, Senior." Zhang Xiaozi walked breathlessly. At 4:21, the taxi stopped on the opposite side of the street from the Linfu building. Lu Cheng, wearing a navy blue martial arts suit, pushed open the door and walked out. He looked at the 19-story building, which was generally short and old in the woods. This could be considered a landmark with a rather modern atmosphere. Xi Jianting has been transforming and washing his name in the past few years, and has started to get involved in real estate. This is a joint development between him and several companies. Zhang Xiaozi introduced. She hadn't finished speaking when her eyes suddenly widened. She pointed to the opposite side and said, "Xi Jianting." Lu Cheng looked up and saw an old man in his 50s with a rigid outline and an aquiline nose. He was surrounded by 7 or 8 bodyguards and subordinates as he walked out of the Linfu building's door. His eyes were sharp and cold. This was Xi Jianting. In the taxi, Lu Cheng had seen the photo Zhang Xiaozi had taken of him, but they hadn't talked about it. Compared to Xi Jianting, Lu Cheng was more concerned about the 2 bodyguards at his side. One had dark skin, and his facial features were very characteristic of the war-torn areas in the south. The other had muscles that supported his t-shirt. Every step he took was neither too long nor too short, just right, as if measured with a ruler. They were all dance stage martial artists. As for their specific levels, it was very difficult to judge from their appearance. The 2 of them are very strong. Without them, Xi Jianting wouldn't have survived until now. That dark-skinned one is called Wilson. He's a freelance killer in the war-torn areas. Later, he was seriously injured and was taken in by Xi Jianting, becoming his confidant. At his peak, he was said to be close to level 6. That muscular guy is called Huang Chengda. His strength is a bit worse than Wilson's, but he's also a martial artist who's seen a lot of blood in the war-torn areas. Zhang Xiaozi repeated the information Li Zhenhua had collected. "Senior, don't be careless. They're definitely hiding guns, the kind with large caliber." As she spoke, she impatiently said to herself, "Where are they going?" "Home. You ask the people in the police station here." Lu Cheng calmly ordered. "Okay." Zhang Xiaozi quickly took out her cell phone and asked a few questions. Her face suddenly became very bad. She turned her head and anxiously said to Lu Cheng, "Xi Jianting wants to go to the south to discuss business. The people in the police station said they have no evidence or clues, so they can't stop him. Senior, he wants to run." Of course, the south was the border. And if Xi Jianting ran, Li Zhenhua would most likely disappear forever, but there's no evidence. Lu Cheng saw 2 black cars drive to the entrance of the building. He saw Wilson quickly run forward and open the back door of the second car. Huang Chengda protected Xi Jianting as they approached. He thought for a moment, dialed his master's number, and briefly and comprehensively repeated the current situation. "You decide for yourself," Gieserscher said with some schadenfreude. "What's the bottom line?" Lu Cheng asked back. Gieserscher muttered to himself for a few seconds, coughed twice, and said, "Don't kill anyone." Chapter 431. Don't kill anyone. Lu Cheng's mouth twitched, and he silently hung up the phone. Then he observed the surrounding terrain and walked towards the exit of the Linfu building. "Senior, they're about to get in the car." Zhang Xiaozi trotted after him, anxiously reminding him. Lu Cheng didn't look at her, and his left hand steadily pressed down, indicating that she shouldn't speak. At the same time, he dialed another number, Yenjika's phone. After a short ringtone, the other side seemed to have been waiting, worried, and quickly connected. Hello, Ku, my master is unreliable. A small matter has become a big trouble. Lu Qing bitterly laughed. On the way here, he fully believed in his master, and treated the trouble in Lin Bian and Li Zhenhua's disappearance as urgent but not dangerous matters. Although he was prepared to take action, it was only in case, and he didn't really know him, so he could still chat with Ku with a relaxed and cheerful attitude. Later, even though he had figured out the whole story from Zhang Xiaozi, he still felt that his task was more to find clues, pressure, and urge the police to search again, and cooperate with them with the keen senses of the Dan stage. Even if he did take action, at most he would just be a supporting role, easy and relaxed. Until Si Jianting showed signs of escaping, his master gave him the bottom line. Only then did he feel that this matter was more thorny and a little dangerous, and he had to explain it to his other half. This master who cheated his disciple. On the other side of the phone, Yenjika's heavy breathing was clearly heard through the radio. She was silent for a moment before she said, "Can you not do it?" Lu Qing smiled and said, "It's related to the life and death of a martial nephew. Ku, don't worry, I won't take action without absolute certainty. To be blunt, I'm not his father, mother, or master, so I don't need to take any risks for him." These words made Zhang Xiaozi's face pale, and she almost fell down. Taking action with absolute certainty, then wouldn't that be hopeless? Facing two powerful Dan stage martial artists and 5 or 6 armed bodyguards, plus Si Jianting who was at the peak of 9th pin in his prime, he had to be at least an inhuman stage senior to have absolute certainty. That would be the upper class of a sect. Exactly, he's not a fairy. Yenjika slightly relaxed, and added another sentence out of concern, "You promise?" "I promise," Lu Qing promised in a deep voice. If Si Jianting didn't get on the carriage, and didn't let his subordinates split up, facing 2 level 7 Dan stage martial artists and several bodyguards armed with large caliber firearms, then although he had a grasp of the situation, it wasn't worthwhile for him to take the risk for a martial nephew he didn't know. After all, once he was entangled with the experts for a short period of time, the firepower would cross, and he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Just like that time when he went to the Guo family as a bodyguard, the rank 7 fugitive knew how to retreat when faced with him and the 4 sharpshooters, who were at most rank 8 in terms of combat strength, and didn't take the risk. However, since they had already boarded the vehicles, things were much simpler. This was equivalent to a martial artist entering an iron coffin. They were confined in a small space and could not move freely. They would not be able to use 50% of their abilities. Furthermore, most of the gunmen were in the first vehicle. For other masters who had not reached the inhuman stage, they might not be able to seize such an opportunity. But in his eyes, they were living targets for him, who could release his supernatural ability and whose power had long increased. All right. Yenjika rationally knew that she shouldn't say more, but she couldn't help adding, "Call me later, I'll wait for you, no problem." Lu Qing answered with a smile and hung up the phone. He handed his phone and wallet to Zhang Xiaozi and said, "You stay a little further away." A broken phone was very troublesome, and he couldn't immediately call Ku. And his wallet couldn't be harmed, because it was a gift from his wife. Okay. Senior, please be careful." Zhang Xiaozi was delighted. She took the things and quickly retreated. At 4:26, Si Jianting's motorcade started moving, heading towards the exit of the Linfu building. Most of the bodyguards were in the first vehicle, and he himself was in the second. On his left and right were Wilson and Huang Qingda, and there was another bodyguard in the passenger seat. When the first vehicle turned into the wide and empty road, the second vehicle was about to turn when Lu Qing, who was calmly standing in front of them, suddenly took a step forward. His aura suddenly flared up, like a whistling northern wind, making the hearts of a few pedestrians tremble. They instinctively fled to the distance, avoiding this place. Pa! Lu Qing stepped on the ground, his body arched, and his left and right hands extended forward. With a hook and a shake, he threw out 2 balls of scarlet flames close to the ground. The light flickered, and a tyrannical aura was hidden. The 2 flames dragged along scorch marks as they rapidly wandered. They respectively rushed towards the 2 vehicles, both aiming for the gas tank. Squeak! An ear-piercing screech of friction rang out, dragging on for a long time. The vehicles in front and behind respectively turned their steering wheels in an attempt to avoid that terrifying-looking flame. Boom! The burning flame, aimed at the bodyguard's vehicle in front, exploded ahead of time. A wave of fire soared between it and the following vehicles, cutting off their line of sight. Bang! Lu Cheng's muscles bulged, and the concrete road under his feet cracked. He quickly threw himself at the black car Si Jianting was in. Relying on his already top-notch level 6 physical fitness, he forcibly pushed his footwork realm to the treading dipper constellation. Of course, it was only equivalent to Qiu Lin's level. It still couldn't compare to Peng Liyun's, let alone Ren Li's. Don't stop. When the burning flame came, the experienced Wisen, who had dark skin, shouted anxiously in his unfamiliar Chinese language. However, he couldn't stop human instinct. The driver had already braked and turned, creating a screeching sound and clear tire tracks. At this moment, Wilson felt a stinging pain in his side, and his hair stood on end. He sensed danger approaching. He didn't even think about it. He immediately took a deep breath and fiercely swung his elbow, hitting the car door. Bang! The joint between the 2 sides of the car door split open in an instant, and it transformed into a steel shield that flew out. For Wilson, this could create trouble for the enemy, and it could also help him break away from the vehicle at a critical moment. If he was blocked in such a narrow space, it would be very difficult to use his fists and feet. However, Lu Cheng's speed was faster than his reaction, exceeding his imagination. When the joint of the car door had split open, he was already close. His waist sank and swung, his qi and blood converged and released. His right arm suddenly became thick, and his palm pressed against the car door. Bang! The car door that was about to fly out was forcibly pressed down. It caved in and twisted out of shape, exposing wires, components, and other things. It smashed into Wilson's body, making him feel a burst of pain and dizziness. At this moment, Si Jianting, who had experienced several similar incidents, shrank back and made space. Huang Qingda, who had already pulled out his gun, fired a shot at the deformed car door from the other side. Bang! As soon as he tried to pull the trigger, Lu Qing sensed it. He straightened his back, hung his feet upside down, and flipped over to the roof of the car in time to avoid the bullet. The other car hadn't yet stopped, and the bodyguards still hadn't gotten out. Their line of sight was blocked by the waves of fire. The sparse passing cars noticed the abnormality and promptly responded. Because of the location Lu Cheng had chosen, they weren't affected too much. Some people even wanted to stop and watch the show. Bang! Lu Cheng's wrist shook again, and a red fireball took shape. It smashed into the roof of the car where Huang Qingda was, causing him to sense it. He shot a bird at the sky, and with a bang, the fireball exploded. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Qing pulled back and landed on the ground again before the bodyguard in the front passenger seat could react. His left hand promptly threw out a ball of sparkling and translucent white cold light, hitting the head of Wilson, who was dizzy and didn't have the space to dodge. With a dull pop, a layer of ice crystals and thick frost condensed on the outside of Wilson's head, and he temporarily lost consciousness. With a step, Lu Qing rushed to the back of the car before Huang Qingda and the bodyguards in the front row could open fire. His body arched, and his 2 hands clasped together. His muscles swelled with Dan force. Kacha! Lu Cheng's eyebrows furrowed, and the spider web under his feet spread outward. He lifted and lifted his arms, and with the strength to uproot a mountain, he directly flipped the black car to the side. Bang bang! Huang Qingda and the bodyguards in the front row could no longer aim, and 2 bullets shot into the flower bed beside them. While they were panicking and lacked the space to dodge, Lu Qing flashed like a ghost and arrived in front of Huang Qingda's car door. He avoided the front, and through the broken and deformed gap, he formed a seal with both hands and said in a low voice, "Soldier." The car flipped, and Huang Qingda knew it was dangerous. He was preparing to shoot left and right to force the enemy to retreat, and then take Si Jianting to leave the car and approach the other bodyguards. But his mind suddenly buzzed, as if he had seen a childhood nightmare. For a moment, he shivered, unable to make any other response. At this time, a white cold light flew in from the gap and smashed into his face. It also condensed a thick layer of frost, making him lose consciousness. Ice burning directly hit the head, and its effect was only slightly worse than severe warning. It also had a stun effect. Bang! Lu Qing used his strength to pull the car door open, but his body didn't go over. Bang! Si Jianting's face was ferocious as he fired, but the bullet fell into empty space. From the other car, the bodyguards rushed out, some carrying guns, some carrying knives. Bang bang bang! In the midst of Si Jianting's gunshots, Lu Cheng's steps created a strong wind, and he jumped onto Vincent's side of the car door. His hands shook, and he threw a cold light of ice burning at the bodyguards in the front row who were trying to shoot in fear, and at the still unaware Si Jianting. With 2 puffs, the 2 level 9 bodyguards were covered in white frost and turned into ice sculptures for a short time. Lu Qing leaned down and first picked up Vincent. He used it as a weapon and threw it at the bodyguards who were trying to aim at him, making them dodge or turn into bowling balls. Immediately after, he grabbed Si Jianting again and showed him to the surrounding people. Immediately, the bodyguards stopped their efforts, not daring to make any more movements. Lu Qing pressed down on Si Jianting, who was still shivering, and said to the bodyguards in a calm tone, "You still dare to stay here? You're armed with weapons, and you're fighting a gun battle on the street. The police will be here soon." These words made the bodyguards completely recover their calm. Seeing that their boss had already been caught, and that they were powerless to reverse the situation, they looked at each other and immediately scattered like birds and animals, escaping without a trace. The only ones left were the still not recovered Vincent, Huang Qingda, and the bodyguards in the front row. Recalling the classic bad guys he had seen, Lu Qing extended his hand and helped Si Jianting, whose spirit was gradually returning to normal, pat the frost off his collar. He smiled slightly and said, "Boss Si, can we have a good talk with our ice god sect now?" Across the road, Zhang Xiaozi blankly looked at the time on her phone. 4:28. Chapter 432. 4:28 p.m. Looking at the young man in deep navy blue, Si Jianting's face was still ferocious. His teeth chattered because of the cold, but he didn't answer a single word, as if he wasn't willing to reveal anything. Lu Qing knew that saving a person was like putting out a fire, so he didn't delay. He immediately put on a serious expression and visualized the sharp and cold, army, character in his mind. He didn't make any hand seals, nor did he speak in the ancient language. He only combined the bloody feeling of the battlefield with his own terrifying aura. Combined with the words in his mouth, he pressured Si Jianting's spirit. "Where is Li Zhenhua?" Lu Qing shouted in a deep voice. Si Jianting inexplicably shivered, and his body trembled. But after so many years of bloodshed in war-torn areas, he stubbornly refused to admit defeat, and retained the last of his bearing as an ambitious person. Lu Qing narrowed his eyes and spoke again. "Where is Li Zhenhua? Where is Li Zhenhua?" The 2 voices were like thunder in his ears. Si Jianting's eyes couldn't help but reveal a sense of fear, as if he had returned to his youth when he was imprisoned in that warlord's water prison. "Where is Li Zhenhua?" Lu Cheng's aura flared, and the surroundings seemed to be filled with the smell of blood. I'll talk." Si Jianting couldn't hold on any longer. His spirit completely collapsed, as if he had seen death, seen the end of the world. A suspicious wetness appeared in his pants, and with snot and tears, he wailed, "I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. He's not dead, he's not dead. He's in my 19th floor office's secret room. Following Xi Jianting's stammering confession, Lu Qing more or less figured out what had happened. Last night, after Li Zhenhua had infiltrated, he'd relied on the tips of the spies he'd bribed to find the account books of Xi Jianting's casino, as well as a batch of contraband smuggled from the war-torn areas, and other key evidence. But when he'd finished collecting and was preparing to leave, he'd been discovered by the night patrol Wison, who'd suddenly launched a sneak attack and smoothly captured him. Afterwards, Xi Jianting, who'd suspected that his mortal enemy had set him up, secretly rushed over under Huang Qingda's protection. He'd tortured Li Zhenhua, and found out that he was an ice god sect disciple. Xi Jianting's head immediately swelled. He could almost imagine the pressure he'd have to bear at dawn. At this point, it was impossible for them to send Li Zhenhua away politely, because the other party already knew a lot of decisive things, and there was a deep hatred between them. They had no choice but to deal with the surveillance video overnight. Then, they found a connection to stall for time and began to destroy the evidence in batches. Once he'd perfected his plan, Xi Jianting didn't leave things to chance. He immediately made arrangements to escape, planning to go to the warlord in the war-torn areas to avoid the limelight. As for Li Zhenhua, he wanted to directly silence him, but he didn't dare to make a move. This was because, under the circumstances where all the suspicions pointed towards him, once he killed an ice god sect disciple or made him disappear for real, it would thoroughly enrage that colossus. Who knows, it might even send an inhuman or even a physical invulnerability expert to kill him. Escaping to a collaborator that wasn't considered strong would only make the other party even more fearless. Therefore, Xi Jianting was prepared to temporarily spare Li Zhenhua this time. In any case, what should have escaped had already escaped, what should have been destroyed had already been destroyed, and what should have been dealt with had already been dealt with. Afterwards, he'd look for an opportunity to create an accident. Under the premise that no one would suspect him, he'd erase this enemy that hated him. Finally, he'd change his appearance, return to his hometown, and take back his property. Why do people who do criminal things like to keep accounts? Lu Qing recalled the TV dramas and novels he'd seen before, and silently complained. Afterwards, he picked up Xi Jianting, who'd collapsed into a pile of mud, and circled around to Huang Qingda's side. He lifted his knee, tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, and kicked Huang Qingda's ear, making this dance stage martial artist completely pass out. With his other hand, he pulled Huang Qingda and lifted him up. Lu Qing did the same to Wilson and the bodyguard in the front passenger seat, but he didn't stop the driver from escaping. The reason why he wanted to go through so much trouble was because he felt that he had to do things cleanly. What if Wilson and Huang Qingda were lunatics, and after escaping, wanted to retaliate against him and the people of the Ice God sect? The other bodyguards didn't have this ability, but they did. Since that was the case, he might as well just throw them both to the local police station, and then exert pressure through the sect to sentence them to death. The bodyguard in the front passenger seat didn't have this kind of treatment. After being knocked out by Lu Qing, he was directly thrown into the flower bed. If he could wake up before the police arrived, he could count himself lucky. Lu Qing had just stacked Wilson and Huang Qingda together, making it easier for him to drag them away with one hand, when Zhang Xiaozi ran over in surprise and joy, crossing the road that almost all the cars had already taken a detour. "Senior, Zhen Zhenhua is okay, right?" She gasped for breath, and asked with both expectation and apprehension. "It's not too big of a deal." Lu Qing hadn't seen the specific situation with his own eyes, so he could only answer vaguely. Zhang Xiaozi already believed him from the bottom of her heart. Hearing what he said, a brilliant smile appeared on her face. Thank you, senior." Her voice hadn't yet fallen when her cell phone suddenly rang. She picked it up and looked at it, and her expression slightly changed. "Police station." She looked at Lu Qing with a somewhat panicked expression, asking for a decision. It was obvious that after receiving the police report, the other party had guessed that the Ice God sect was on the move, and had immediately called Zhang Xiaozi, who was in charge of communication. Lu Qing pondered for 2 seconds, then calmly smiled and said, "Just tell them 5 words, no lives were lost." "Yes, senior." Zhang Xiaozi suddenly had a backbone again, and she hurriedly answered the phone. After she made a few yes sounds, she imitated Lu Cheng's tone just now, and calmly said, "Don't worry, no lives were lost." The other end of the phone was silent. Lu Qing saw that Li Zhenhua was no longer in imminent danger, and he was afraid that his little fairy would worry for too long, so he temporarily stopped dragging Wilson and Huang Qingda into the Linfu building. He took back his wallet and cell phone from Zhang Xiaozi, and dialed a number. He held Xi Jianting in one hand, and his foot was pressed against Wilson and Huang Qingda. He calmly stood there in navy blue, and then looked at the cars in the distance that were taking a detour, waiting for his wife to answer. 4:32 p.m. When the call connected, Lu Chen was afraid that Yan Zhike would misunderstand, so he rushed to open his mouth first. "Hello, cool." Yan Zhike clearly exhaled, and her tone was filled with joy as she asked, "You gave up?" "No, it's already been solved." Lu Chen laughed softly. Beside him, Zhang Xiaozi was stunned. The professional and serious senior actually had this side of his chest that resonated with his laughter. "Solved? It's only been a few minutes." Didn't you say that a small matter had become a big trouble?" Yan Zhike was shocked and at a loss. Her body and mind relaxed, and she was so happy that she was about to explode. Hearing his little fairy's clear and surprised voice, Lu Qing couldn't help but brag. He lightly laughed and said, "I made a mistake in my judgment. For me in the past, it was indeed a big trouble, but for me now, it's just a small matter." "You're bragging." Yan Zhike was angry, amused, and happy at the same time. How could Cheng make the mistake of not knowing himself and not knowing the enemy? "Yes, I'm bragging. Coach Yan knows me best." Lu Cheng's old face reddened, and he calmly admitted, "It's mainly because their posture was too good, so the matter is simple. I'll tell you the details later." Yes. Yan Zhike's voice was light and quick. Lu Cheng thought for a moment, and laughed softly. "I have a goal. I'll strive to make today's kind of trouble into a small matter within 4 months." "I'll remember it for you," Yan Zhike replied with a smile. After a few seconds of silence, she softly said, "Cheng, hubby, next time this kind of thing happens, remember to ask clearly before deciding whether or not to go." "Okay." Lu Cheng felt pity in his heart, and solemnly promised. But things were always developing and changing. It was very difficult to say that asking clearly at the beginning would solve the problem. It was more important to rely on on-the-spot judgment and knowing when to retreat. Hanging up the phone, Lu Qing carried Xi Jianting in one hand and dragged Wilson and Huang Qingda in the other. Under the panicked and scared gazes of the people in the Linfu building, he calmly and steadily boarded the special elevator and arrived at the 19th floor. According to Xi Jianting's instructions, he had Zhang Xiaozi open a secret room and saw a young man with many scars curled up unconscious on the floor. "Zhenhua." Zhang Xiaozi threw herself at him. Lu Qing gave Xi Jianting, Wilson, and Huang Qingda each a few more times and threw them beside the guest's sofa. Then he entered the secret room and checked Li Zhenhua's injuries. "His life isn't in danger." He made a judgment and ordered Zhang Xiaozi, "Call the police and tell them to call an ambulance when they come." "Okay, senior." Zhang Xiaozi breathed a sigh of relief. Her heart settled, and she began to dial the number. Lu Qing reported to his master and let the sect handle the aftermath. 4:37. The sound of police cars and ambulance sirens rang out at the same time. 4:40. Outside Xi Jianting's office, the sound of footsteps could be heard. A group of policemen rushed in and saw a young man wearing a navy blue martial arts suit sitting on the sofa with his head down playing with his phone. His bearing was calm and his posture was leisurely. At his feet, Wilson, Huang Qingda, and Xi Jianting were lying in a mess, overlapping each other. They were all unconscious. That famous Linbian big shot's body was even slightly trembling, faintly emitting a foul smell. On the other side, Zhang Xiaozi, wearing a short-sleeved shirt, shorts, and jogging shoes, stood quietly like a maid. Her eyes occasionally drifted to Li Zhenhua, who was lying on another sofa. Lu Qing raised his head, smiled at the leading police officer, and asked calmly, "What's the matter?" He asked calmly, "Can I go now?" The police officer was silent at first. Looking at the unconscious Li Zhenhua, he nodded heavily. "Yes. That's good." Lu Qing slowly got up. Under the watchful eyes of the police officers and Zhang Xiaozi, he walked out unhurriedly. The office quieted down. Everyone could faintly hear him making a phone call in the elevator. "Hello, Mom, I might be an hour late for dinner." An hour late for dinner. The police officers and Zhang Xiaozi looked at each other. Leaving the Linfu building, Lu Qing waved his hand to stop a taxi and sat in the back. "Go to the Four Joys store," he calmly ordered. His phone's display switched from the booking app to the search page for Linbian specialties. The driver started the car and asked, Hey, was there a gunfight at Lin Fu's side just now? I heard it was very intense." Lu Qing smiled and said, "I didn't watch, so I'm not too sure." "Well, there will be news later." The driver didn't say anything more. 4:52 p.m. In the Four Joys store, Lu Qing carefully selected 2 boxes of osmanthus cake and 2 cans of matsutake sauce. Then he went next door and bought some mangosteen and other special fruits. 5:19 p.m. He arrived at the high-speed railway station and received a call from Geezer Shi. "You handled it well today." Comrade Shi Zhengwo praised and then said, "Remember, nothing can go exactly as expected. Today, I am mainly training your ability to deal with accidents and changes. If you improve in this aspect, you won't be flustered when you encounter an accident in the future and won't be in danger." "You're right." Lu Qing suddenly realized that he had misunderstood his master and thought that he was unreliable. When he hung up the phone, he suddenly had doubts and muttered, what he said just now couldn't be an excuse made up by his master to cover up his unreliability, right? This is his style. 5:35 p.m. The high-speed railway started to move. Lu Qing leaned back comfortably and played with his phone. 7:25 p.m. Li Zhenhua woke up in the Linbian hospital. After seeing Zhang Xiaozi beside him, he anxiously asked, "Did you catch Xi Jianting?" "Yes, your sect sent a young senior to deal with him." Zhang Xiaozi answered truthfully. Li Zhenhua immediately relaxed, his expression was absent-minded. After a few seconds, he regained his composure and muttered, "Young senior, twice. Where's the senior?" he asked. "He left in the afternoon." Zhang Xiaozi said in detail. "Well, when did the senior come?" Li Zhenhua asked casually. Zhang Xiaozi's tone suddenly became very strange. "Also in the afternoon, 7:29 p.m. Backwater Lake. At the entrance of the villa community. Yan Zhika, wearing a short sleeves and a long skirt, trotted out. She tilted her head slightly and looked at Lu Qing. "You're still not going back to eat? Why did you come to find me first?" Lu Qing lifted the osmanthus cake, matsutake sauce, and southern fruits in his hand and laughed softly. "I brought you some Linbian specialties." Chapter 433. Yan Zhika's white gauze dress was long enough to reach the center of her face. Standing in the night wind, she looked elegant and refined. Hearing Lu Cheng's words, she was stunned at first. Then she squinted her eyes and looked to the side. She raised her chin slightly, her hair swaying, and her dimples showing. "Do you think you can please me like this?" While speaking, she had already reached for the bag of Linbian specialties. Without any delay, she looked down curiously to see what was inside. "How can I please my wife when I love her? Every time I go to a place, the first thing that comes to my mind is to find something fun, beautiful, and delicious to share with my co. Today, when I'm done with my business and have some free time, I came up with a similar idea. But I'm in a rush and don't have much time, so I can't shop around. I'll try it out first. I can only search online to confirm, buy it, and leave. Listening to her ex-boyfriend, who was now her husband, Yenjika's eyes sparkled and her lips curved into a happy smile. She felt a little shy and subconsciously lowered her head to look at the osmanthus cake, matsutake sauce, and special fruits in the bag. She glanced around and saw Lu Qing carrying another similar bag in his left hand. She, who considered herself to be the most intelligent person in the family, changed the topic thoughtfully. Are these for Auntie and Uncle? Yeah. My mom was complaining on the phone about why I went to Linbian without telling her. Yesterday I even said that I was drooling all the way home from her cooking, but today I didn't come home on time. Lu Qing smiled. The specialties he picked were always double. You told Auntie that you were going to Linbian? Yenjika asked in surprise. I just mentioned that my master asked me to go there to deal with a small matter and I would be back soon. Lu Qing considered his words and said, I really thought so at first. Linbian's security is not good compared to places like Songcheng and Huahai. Generally, there won't be any bad encounters. Because of the tight schedule, he couldn't explain in detail on the phone. Now he felt that it was necessary to explain that he and Ku were already husband and wife. They shouldered the responsibility of each other and their lives were no longer his. Why are you saying this? I'm not blaming you. I have a bunch of people from Shushan study in my family, and I often see similar things. Moreover, the missions given by the sect are generally not difficult and not dangerous. If a body refining expert can't do it, the ordinary dance stage expert can't do it. If an ordinary dance stage expert can't do it, the high-in-human stage expert can't do it. If a high-in-human stage expert can't do it, the high-in-human stage expert can't do it. If a high-in-human stage expert can't do it, the high-in-human stage expert can't do it. If a high-in-human stage expert can't do it, the high-in-human stage expert will do it. You said that when you went to Linbian to deal with the sect's affairs, I just felt that the security there wasn't very good, and that there might be some accidents, so I told you not to hold back when you encountered something, so as to avoid capsizing in the gutter. Well, other than being a little worried, I didn't think there was any problem. Later on, a small matter turned into a big problem, and it wasn't something you could control. You told me in advance, and you only did it when you had absolute confidence. Yenjika suddenly paused. She pouted and wrinkled her nose. Then she said in a sobbing tone, Oh, I can't go on. Her eyes instantly turned red. I understand all these, but when it really happened, I still felt very sad. Very, very worried. When you called me for the second time, I was so afraid that someone else was using your phone to inform me of something bad. I was so scared. At this time, she stopped talking and looked at Lu Qing with a bit of grievance in hatred. She ground her teeth and said, Cheng, let me bite you. Lu Qing was moved by the girl's contrasting feelings. Thinking of her worries at that time, he couldn't help but feel pity for her. He replied softly, Okay. Yenjika immediately stepped forward and buried her head in Lu Cheng's shoulder. Her mouth was at the juncture of his shoulder and neck, and she opened her pink lips, revealing her teeth. Lu Cheng relaxed his muscles and didn't use force instinctively, preparing to be bitten hard. However, the pain didn't come. He only felt the girl's teeth lightly knocking on his skin twice, and then it turned into a warm kiss. What if I can't bear to bite you? Yenjika didn't raise her head and said with grievance. Lu Cheng's heart trembled when he heard that. The bag in his hand fell to the ground gently. He couldn't help but raise his hands to hug the girl, his wife. He gently stroked her hair and back, and lowered his head to kiss her head continuously. Yenjika quietly felt for a while, still burying her head in Lu Cheng's shoulder. She said softly, I know. No matter how safe a small matter is, there can be unexpected changes and develop into danger. I can't lock you at home, tie you to me, and forbid you to do anything. I just want you to be more careful in the future. Don't take risks, and don't take actions until you are absolutely sure. If you have time, try to tell me in detail so that I can feel more confident. When you encounter difficulties, don't force yourself. Leave when you have to, and ask the sect for help when you have to. Okay. Lu Qing nodded solemnly. Yenjika was silent for a few seconds, and suddenly sighed. If only my body was fine and I could reach the dance stage. Then, I could do these things with you, just like my grandma and grandpa. I'm so envious of them. Every couple situation is different. You can't force yourself to be the same as others. Lu Qing thought for a while and comforted his wife. If you really do these things with me, I can't calm down. I'll be worried about you all the time, and I won't be able to use my full strength. The sky gradually darkened, and the moon rose. The two leaned against each other and talked for a while, communicating with each other. After 7 or 8 minutes, Yenjika, who had calmed down, pushed Lu Qing away and said with a smile, "You should go back and eat. I can hear your stomach rumbling." "Okay, I'll walk you to the gate of the community." Lu Qing blushed. "No, it's just a few steps." Yenjika stepped back slightly with her skirt fluttering. After 2 steps, she suddenly stopped, turned around and looked at Lu Qing. She covered her mouth and smiled. "Qing, there was a moment just now when I thought you would persuade me to go on a date with you before going home. There was a moment when I thought so. Since someone can't bear to bite me, of course I have to take good care of her." Lu Qing chuckled. "But Empress Dowager and father-in-law are still waiting for you. You can't take 2 or 3 hours to get a gift, right? What will they think of me then?" "That's right. If you told Auntie that it would be a few hours later and that we could just have a meal outside, she would beat you up." Yenjika teased. Lu Qing shook his head and laughed. "In the end," he said, "and I remember that someone said that every time we meet, every time we go on a date, we have to pay attention to spiritual communication. It's also good to take a walk, talk, watch TV series, watch a TV show, and do homework together. During those days in Songcheng, I felt that you weren't very willing, but in the end, you accommodated me. It's not that I wasn't willing or didn't like it. Bah, I just didn't like it." Yenjika rolled her eyes at Lu Qing shyly. "Just like what you said, girls also pay attention to other aspects besides sex. There were a few times when I thought that we had just gotten married and you were so eager for it. I didn't know why my heart softened and I just let you do whatever you want. And there was also the factor of the impending departure and the crazy idea of throwing the decision to God. Even now, he still had a little bit of impulse. Maybe every girl has such an irrational and crazy side." After a few more words, they waved goodbye. After watching the girl's beautiful figure enter the neighborhood, Lu Qing returned home with the gift. "You're back. I've eaten with your dad. I'll heat up the food first." Qi Fang got up from the sofa and said matter-of-factly. She didn't want to wait for her son to come back to eat together. "She's really my mother." Lu Qing handed the bag over and said with a smile, "Mom, Dad, I bought some Linbian specialties for you. You went there to do something, and you bought some specialties?" Qi Fang said with a bright smile. Lu Jisheng asked reservedly, "Why did your sect ask you to go to Linbian? Why are you back so soon?" "Just a small matter that needed someone to come out. It was solved in a few minutes." Lu Qing answered vaguely. Qi Fang took the bag and said casually, "Linbian's security is not good. Why did your master ask you to go there? It's okay. It's very strict in China. No matter how bad Linbian's security is, it's not that bad. If you don't go to crowded and chaotic places, don't take the remote road at night, and don't cause trouble, it's quite safe there. Otherwise, how can the people there live?" Lu Qing responded with a smile. "Okay." Qi Fang didn't say more. She heated up the dishes and brought them out again. Then she and Lu Jisheng gathered around and watched their son gobble up the food. "Your dad was still worried when you went to Linbian. Just now, he was watching the TV station alone to see if there was any news." Qi Fang laughed at Lu Jisheng. "I just happened to get it. Lu Jisheng coughed. Lu Cheng's heart felt warm and he ate even more happily. The family was happy and harmonious, talking and laughing. Suddenly, a sound came from the TV, but it didn't enter their ears. Linbian TV station news, this afternoon, a serious gun case occurred in the Linfu building at the intersection of Jiuxing Road. The case has been solved. The main suspects, Xi Jianting, Huang Qingda, and others have been arrested. After eating and drinking, Lu Qing returned to his room and turned on the computer, ready to see if the afternoon's video had been uploaded. Fortunately, he was decisive in his work and finished in less than 2 minutes. Many people didn't even have time to react. Moreover, the scene at that time was so shocking that no one dared to approach. Therefore, only a few blurry videos and photos were leaked. Well, this is standard. Even my mom wouldn't recognize me. Lu Qing laughed and sighed in relief. Later, with the sex suppression, this matter couldn't spread. Just as he was about to close the web page, a message came in on QQ. Wonton Seller asked, "Little Tiger, didn't you see the news in the group? Everyone is going to Huacheng for a meetup on the 15th. Do you want to come?" Huacheng, where the Longhu Club was located. I probably won't come. Lu Qing thought for a moment before replying. A year ago, he was quite interested in the meetups. But in the past year, he mostly browsed without saying anything. His interactions with them had decreased, and he was unfamiliar with them. If he went, he would feel quite awkward. Chapter 434. Hey, aren't you on holiday? Wonton Seller asked with a surprised expression. Lu Qing replied with a silly smile, "I'm busy meeting my girlfriend's parents. I don't have much time. Ku is going abroad soon. The most important thing is to accompany her." Pfft. Little Tiger, you're not in your 3rd year yet. Why are you meeting the parents? No, are you getting pregnant? You're going to be a father in university. Wonton Seller's gossipy soul seemed to have been ignited. You're thinking too much. Lu Qing sighed and said, "I'm an adult and my relationship was discovered. I might as well meet the parents." Oh. Wonton Seller looked very disappointed. Then, she said in a serious tone, "Little Tiger, you value your boyfriend more than your friends. Ever since you started dating, you haven't been to the forum much. You don't chat much in the group either. Didn't you join the martial arts club back then? Did you neglect it after you started dating?" Cover mouth laughing emoji, "That's not true. I signed up for the martial arts club to pursue my girlfriend. This is my daily life. How can I neglect it?" Lu Qing replied with a snickering emoji. Your girlfriend sounds awesome. She's a Wulin master. What pin is she? Wonton Seller replied with a shocked emoji. Lu Qing answered honestly, "Professional 9th pin. But I haven't gone to the competition to get my certificate." Professional 9th pin. Wonton Seller widened her eyes and continued, "Then, Little Tiger, aren't you in danger of being beaten up by domestic violence? Your status in the family is worrying." Lu Qing laughed and said, "Beating is a sign of love. What's there to be afraid of? TSK. You're not that shy and honest little tiger anymore. Are you sure you don't want to join this meetup?" Wonton Seller tempted again. "Don't you want to meet everyone face to face? Don't you want to see how they've grown in the past 2 years? Little Fist got his professional 9th pin certificate last year and is working hard to reach the Dan stage. Little Ring is becoming a business elite with the help of his family's resources. The future big shots, Little Ma, Little Dragon, Little Pig Riding, and Little Kong are all going to join." She listed more than 10 forum members in one breath and dropped a bomb at the end. "Don't you want to watch Dragon King's match live? The Little Pig Riding rider got a ticket." Similarly, the manager of a large number of fan gatherings had a certain connection with the corresponding club and had the opportunity to obtain internal tickets. Are you talking about the match between Longhu and Shangqing sect on the 16th? Asked Lu Cheng. Because there was a title battle on the weekend, this match was scheduled for the middle of the week. Yes. Are you tempted? Do you want to join? Wonton seller asked with a, do you know Amway, spirit? Lu Cheng thought for a while and felt that it was still quite awkward, so he firmly refused. Forget it, forget it. I really don't have time. Alright, then I'll look for you when we meet again. Wonton seller sighed in disappointment. You and Xiao Fan are really two extremes. One doesn't turn up no matter how we invite her, and the other wants to attend no matter how hard we try to stop her. Tell me, a 14-year-old girl who isn't even in her 3rd year of middle school came all the way to Huaqing to meet her online friend. How can we be responsible? Her parents probably won't agree to it either. Lu Cheng had some understanding of Brahman's temper. You guys try to persuade her. Just tell her that we'll meet again after she goes to university. We've been persuading her like this every day. Wonton seller smiled and cried. I even want to contact her parents directly. Lu Cheng said a few words in agreement, and then asked, Little Wonton, what major are you going to study? Her college entrance exam results seem to be okay. I'm still quite confused. I'm quite good at foreign languages, maybe I'll study something related. Wonton seller answered with uncertainty. Then she waved her hand and said, I'm going to discuss with them about the meetup. Little tiger, if you have the chance in the future, you must join us. Okay, bye. Lu Cheng replied perfunctorily. After a while, Yenjika came out of the bathroom and replied to the message. He shared the news with his wife. Longhu vs Shangqing. Dragon King vs Warrior Sage. Scratching chin expression with rolling eyes expression, Yenjika said, I really want to watch. We haven't watched a professional match live together. Cheng. Let me invite you on a date. Let's go watch the match live, not the meetup. We'll go by ourselves. I want to have a good time before I go abroad. Okay. Lu Cheng replied excitedly. Then he asked, does this count as a honeymoon? If you say so, arms akimbo expression, Yenjika looked at the sky. I'll get the tickets. You go and prepare the itinerary. Okay. Lu Cheng quickly booked the tickets and hotels and flipped through Huaqing's travel guide. I didn't expect to go there in the end, but the purpose was different. After everything was done, Yenjika suddenly sent a crying expression. What should I do? I'm so nervous when I think about meeting uncle and auntie tomorrow, it's mom and dad. Lu Cheng deliberately corrected her. Even more nervous. Crying expression, Yenjika replied. What are you afraid of? Just answer whatever they ask. If you can't answer, just look at me and I'll answer. If there's nothing else to talk about, I'll show you around my room to avoid awkwardness. Lu Cheng could understand Yenjika's current state of mind. Do you want to help set the table and tidy up when you eat? No, you're a guest the first time. Really? Just treat it like you're at home. You can do what you do at home. The two of them chatted for a long time on this topic. In the end, Yenjika decided to follow Lu Cheng's instructions and show her true colors. The next morning, Lu Cheng finished his training on time. After breakfast, he changed his clothes and took a taxi to the Yen residence at Backwater Lake. After a few minutes, Yenjika walked out wearing a short-sleeved shirt, a smock, a knee-length skirt and a pair of white shoes. Her hair was tied into a half bun to show off her gentle and sweet side. She was carrying a few bags of things in her hands, neither too much nor too little. What are these? Lu Cheng asked curiously as he took them and held her delicate hand. Tea leaves, health supplements and fruits. My mom said that girls should be reserved on their first visit and not take too much. Anyway, I don't know. If she says so, then so be it. Yenjika pursed her lips and teased herself. Cheng, my current expression is smiling with self-abandonment. it's not that serious. I'm here. Lu Qing comforted her. After a while, they got into the car and arrived at Lu Cheng's residential area. As they walked in, the neighbors' eyes were like searchlights. Coming, coming. On the 5th floor of the 8th building, Qi Fang shouted to the balcony with her phone. Lu Jisheng, who had specially asked for leave today, walked back to the living room and coughed. I'm just going to smoke. He didn't look at the road downstairs to see if his son and daughter-in-law had arrived. Qi Fang squinted at him and said sarcastically, didn't you say it was not a big deal? Why are you smoking? Lu Jisheng sighed with a smile. Alas, I thought it would take another 4 or 5 years. Who knew it would happen so soon? Yeah, it's like a dream. Cheng seems to be 10 years older all of a sudden. Qi Fang sighed with emotion. Then her face changed. Go sit down. They're going upstairs. In less than a minute, the door opened and Lu Cheng led Yan Zhika in. He bent down and gave her a new pair of slippers that he bought yesterday. After changing, Yan Zhika saw Qi Fang and Lu Jisheng coming over. She panicked and blurted out before Lu Cheng introduced her, hello, uncle, auntie. Hello. Lu Jisheng and Qi Fang looked at their future daughter-in-law with a smile. Lu Cheng handed over the things in his hand. Mom, Dad, this is for Ku. Oh, you're too polite. You don't have to bring these. Qi Fang took it with a smile and glanced at what was in the bag. Come, sit down. Lu Jisheng pointed at the sofa in the living room. Yan Zhika nodded shyly and was led to the sofa by Lu Cheng. After the 4 of them sat down, Lu Jisheng casually found a topic. Zhika, what's your major in Songqing University? Economics. Yan Zhika answered concisely. Qi Fang said with a smile, you two were classmates in high school and college. What a coincidence. Did you meet in the martial arts club? Yes. I saw the ranking in high school and knew Lu Cheng, but I didn't know who he was. Yan Zhika glanced at Lu Cheng with a smile. Ha, who would have thought today would come? Qi Fang thought it was quite amazing. The family began to chat harmoniously. Lu Cheng was responsible for livening up the atmosphere and answering some questions. He also paid attention to the situation at all times. He planned to take his wife to do other things when they had nothing to talk about, so as to avoid the awkwardness of forced conversation. After a while, there was a sudden knocking sound at the door. Who is it? Lu Cheng turned to the door in confusion. He walked over and opened the door. It was his cousin, Ma Shi, standing outside. Ma Shi raised her eyebrows playfully and poked her head into the room. She smiled at Lu Jisheng and Qi Fang and said, Uncle, Aunt, my mom said that the chili sauce you made last time was very delicious. She asked me to come and get some more. Why didn't you say so earlier? Qi Fang complained and went to the kitchen. Ma Shi entered the room and glanced at Yan Zhika. She smiled sweetly and said, Hello, sister-in-law. Hello. Yan Zhika blushed at his greeting. Lu Cheng hurriedly introduced, This is Ma Shi, my cousin. She is more naughty than before. Of course not. Ma Shi protested. She looked at them for a while and left with the chili sauce. The family chatted for less than 10 minutes before they heard another knock at the door. Who is it? Lu Cheng reluctantly got up and walked over. Aunt. He opened the door and was surprised to see Lu Yanwei's mother, Wang Lily. Wang Lily smiled and raised the bottle in her hand. Brother, Qi Fang, Jiqiang picked up some bones to make wine. I brought you a bottle. I was just talking. Lu Jisheng stood up and smiled. Wang Lily entered the room and looked Yan Zhika up and down with a smile on her face. Yan Zhika hurriedly said, Hello, Aunt. Hello, Wang Lily replied with a smile. Lu Cheng finally realized that they were all here to look for trouble. They just wanted to see their own wife. When Wang Lily came home, they continued their previous conversation until Qi Fang was ready to cook. At this moment, there was another knock at the door. Lu Cheng and Yan Zhika looked at each other. Feeling both annoyed and amused, they went to the entrance and opened the door. It was Lu Yanwei outside. Seeing Lu Cheng's unkind expression, he smiled awkwardly and said, "I was passing by and had a stomachache. So I came to the bathroom." Chapter 435. The sky was dark, and the summer night came especially late. A gentle breeze blew around the backwater lake, dispelling some of the dampness. "Sai, my family came to see you one by one without saying anything." Lu Cheng held Yan Zhika's hand, lamenting about what had happened in the morning. Especially Lu Yanwei, his unreliable brother, whose excuses were so ridiculous that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Fortunately, Lu Cheng still had some self-awareness, so he didn't stay for dinner even though Lu Cheng had warmly invited him. However, with them as a contrast, Lu Cheng's parents didn't seem so strange to Yan Zhika. When there were only 4 of them left, she obviously relaxed a lot. She took the initiative to praise some of the dishes, which made Lu Cheng's mother so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. After a sumptuous lunch, Lu Cheng led Yan Zhika into his room. They shared their schoolmates' album, posters of the Mighty Ones, and detective novels that they had bought before. They spent the whole afternoon happily together. However, Lu Jisheng and Qi Fang were still at home, and they would knock on the door from time to deliver fruits, so they didn't dare to be intimate. After dinner, Lu Jisheng picked up Lu Debang and his wife. They had been worried about not having a granddaughter-in-law, but now they were very satisfied with Yan Zhika. Walking slowly, Yan Zhika relaxed her eyebrows and completely shed her previous restraint. She smiled softly and said, "It's okay. It's okay. I can understand. Really. If my brother brings his girlfriend home, I'll book a plane ticket and rush over to take a look." She was holding 2 red envelopes, one thick and one thin, from Qi Fang and Lu Debang respectively. "Your brother brings his girlfriend home." Lu Cheng couldn't help laughing. It's so surreal. He couldn't imagine how his brother-in-law would treat his girlfriend if he had a girlfriend. "I think so too." Yan Zhika didn't defend her cousin Lin Quebec. Instead, she nodded seriously. Lu Cheng glanced at Yan Zhika's pink bag and red envelope and said, "Why don't you put it in? It's a burden to hold it in your hand." "I like to hold it." "What's wrong with that?" Yan Zhika answered briskly, holding the red envelope and shaking it proudly. Okay. As long as you like it." After chatting for a while, Lu Cheng remembered something and asked, "Ku, when are we going to your grandpa's house?" "Well, maybe not." Yan Zhika tilted her head and looked at him seriously. "Why?" Lu Cheng was confused. Yan Zhika burst into laughter, revealing her dimples. "Because my grandparents missed me so much that they decided to come to Shushan and live there for a while." At this point, she pursed her lips and looked up. "There may be other relatives coming over these few days. When they leave, I'll take you home to meet grandfather and grandmother. Otherwise, you'll feel awkward facing a large group of people all of a sudden." "That's good." Lu Cheng nodded in agreement. At this time, they walked to the entrance of the villa community. Yan Zhika waved her hand and said, "Cheng, I'm going in. Say hello to Empress Dowager and father-in-law for me." Lu Cheng responded with a smile. After taking 2 steps, Yan Zhika suddenly turned around. She smiled shyly and said, "Uncle, Auntie, they're nice people. I feel like we're family." After that, she shook the red packet in her hand and walked briskly past the entrance. "We're a family now, silly Ku." Lu Cheng chuckled as he watched her leave. In the living room of the Lu family, Qi Fang was wiping the tea table. She glanced at Lu Jisheng, who was watching the news attentively, and said, "That girl Zhika is quite delicate and well-mannered. She seems to have a good family education. Yeah, she's not a naughty girl." "Good." Lu Jisheng sipped his tea and nodded. While the old couple was talking, Lu Cheng pushed open the door and walked in. You're back so soon? Chi Fang blurted out in surprise. Not so soon. I've already sent Ku home. Lu Qing answered blankly. Why can't you be more considerate? Why did you only send her home when you sent her home? You should take her shopping. It's just a walk. Boys should take the initiative. Chi Fang didn't dare to comment on other things, but she did watch a lot of TV series. She deeply felt that her son had no romantic cells and looked as if she expected better from him. I've already taken a walk by the lake. If it weren't for Empress Dowager waiting for me, I'd definitely take Ku for a date. It'll take at least 2 or 3 hours to get back. Lu Qing complained and changed the topic. Ku just told me in private that she feels that you two are really good friends. Ah, I'm still not a good host. Chi Fang smiled and said modestly. Lu Jisheng picked up his teacup and took a sip. He couldn't hide his smile. Lu Qing thought of something and took the initiative to bring it up. Dad, Mom, my master wants me to learn more about the kung fu of other countries and sections. I might be going to the United States more often in the future, so I'll have to stay for a long time each time. Let me teach you how to video chat, okay? Chi Fang was stunned and asked worriedly, what about Jika? It's not a good idea to be apart all the time. Lu Qing smiled. Mom, don't worry. Uncle Yen and the others have arranged a joint training program for Ku to study in America. That's good, that's good. Chi Fang heaved a sigh of relief. You're going home for the holidays, right? Of course. Lu Qing smiled brightly. He took his parents' phones and started the teaching activity. At 8:30, after Lu Jisheng and Chi Fang had barely grasped how to video chat, he went back to his room and turned on his computer to do what he had done for the past few months. While waiting for the computer to start, he took out his phone and replied to Yan Zhika's messages and browsed through dozens of recent messages in various groups. Among them, in the family group, Mashi sent an emoji of drinking water. Sister-in-law, you're so beautiful. You're much prettier than on TV. Lu Yanwei didn't say anything but sent a thumbs-up emoji. Seeing that these messages were from a few hours ago, Lu Qing didn't respond and clicked on an emoji of passing by quickly. His computer was fully booted up. He opened the browser and began to browse various niche, cultivation, forums and large shopping websites. Ever since his 9 words formula became famous, items related to the Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, all-array advance became a hot topic on the internet. Many people posted things like ancient 9 words picture, golden stone 9 seals, incomplete secret art, ancestral 9 words picture atlas, and so on. They would cheat and cheat as much as they could. After all, even sects like the Shangqing sect and Daxing Temple could not guarantee that their disciples would be able to practice something by looking at the picture. What? You said you bought my ancestral secret method but didn't practice the secret method? Boy, you're not smart enough. Here, let me introduce you another one, suitable for people with low intelligence. Is that not enough? Look at yourself in the mirror. Don't practice martial arts if you're ugly. In this situation where non-strong martial artists couldn't distinguish the real from the fake, many people thought that they had good taste and good luck. They believed that they could definitely distinguish the real from the fake and find the real secret method. Then, they would have an adventure and become the protagonist, walking to the peak of life. Lu Qing relied on his ability to return to the origin of cultivation through the remaining essence and charm of the 9 words formula. He also joined the ranks of the gold rush, hoping to find something useful. To him, with the breakthrough some time ago, the inhuman stage wasn't so far away. However, how long it would take for him to step into it was another matter. Although he had set a target of 4 months, he only had a certain degree of confidence and did not dare to say that he was certain. Therefore, in addition to the daily training of his will and martial arts, he planned to find some catalysts and primers in order to accumulate enough momentum. Within 3 to 4 months, he would be able to push past the threshold of the inhuman stage like a flood breaking through a dam. Currently, the most promising primer and catalyst was undoubtedly the remaining 9 words formula. Not only would it help him, but it also had the possibility of healing his master's injury and Ku's body. This was his main goal for this semester. In the past few months, Lu Cheng had actually found many items that he himself found hard to distinguish. However, he didn't waste time to verify them himself. He directly passed the clues to Geezer Shur and asked him to pass them to the divine enchanter of Sin Flame and other seniors. Hey, if it's a liar, the military daddy will strip you of your underwear, he thought to himself. However, from the feedback from the military, they were all fake. Of course, Lu Cheng wouldn't pass all the clues to the military. This was because a few of the items did have some remaining essence and charm. He could directly confirm that they were real and wanted to spend a few hundred yuan to pick them up. However, up until now, these few items were either too incomplete or had wrong charm. They hadn't given him a new, 9-words formula, yet. Cheng, did I eat too much during lunch and dinner? Yan Zhika, who had just calmed down after taking a shower, sent a message to Lu Cheng via days when she thought of this. Lu Cheng couldn't help but laugh. Hand touching chin expression, he said, "No, I'll be the comparison." While chatting, he glanced at the computer screen from the corner of his eye. Suddenly, he was stunned. On the current page was a brocade handkerchief with the word "Do" engraved on it. It vaguely gave a feeling of fighting against the heavens and the earth. Lu Cheng sat up straight, moved the mouse, and clicked on the dialog box with the seller. "Where did this thing come from?" he asked bluntly. The seller was called Never Miss a Chance. He replied enthusiastically, "Dear, this was passed down from my ancestors. Do you want to buy it? I've been having a hard time recently, so I'll give you a discount. 999 yuan is yours." It's the same style as Lu Cheng's. Dear, the pronunciation of the word "do." I mean, if you want to cheat, at least make it more real. A handkerchief needs to be old. You just bought it not long ago, right? Lu Cheng said with a sneer. Dear, we're just trying to make a living. You don't have to do this. Never Miss a Chance's attitude suddenly turned cold. Also, where did you copy it from? Were you cheated too? Lu Cheng's expression was solemn, but his tone sounded like he was gossiping. Chapter 436. Never Misjudge seemed to have been exposed. Snorting through nostrils expression, said, "Damn it. That guy said that the dough character on the wine pot could definitely be passed off as genuine. In the end, after selling it for a month, it was exposed 10 times. 10 times. I'm so King blind." Lu Cheng replied with a laughing expression, "What wine pot? Send it to me." Never Miss a Mistake paused for a few seconds and sent a photo to Lu Cheng. In the photo was an ancient purple gold wine pot about the size of a palm. On the side of the pot was engraved the word dough character, which gave off an explosive and unyielding feeling. It was as if one could soar into the sky and wreak havoc in heaven after drinking 2 mouthfuls of the wine. It's quite stylish. The workmanship is exquisite. Lu Cheng complimented and casually added, "I quite like your wine pot. It's so cool. Why don't you sell it to me?" "Sell it to you? How can I get a handkerchief with the dough character if I sell it to you? You're ruining my business, dear." Never Miss a Mistake replied with a disdain expression. The national competition ended a few months ago. The popularity of the 9 syllables has long since passed. Your handkerchief with the dough character is getting worse and worse, right? Hurry up and sell it. Make as much money as you can. Besides, I don't believe that you don't have any handkerchiefs in stock. Lu Cheng had a glib tongue. That makes sense. Never Miss a Mistake replied after a moment of silence. 1,200 yuan. Take the wine pot, 1,200 yuan. Are you kidding me? I can't give you more than 100 yuan. Lu Cheng followed Coach Yan's instructions and tried to bargain. That's an insulting bargain. Dear, the cost of my handkerchief is more than 100 yuan. Let's be friends. It's 380 yuan, including shipping. Dear. Never miss a mistake looked like he was selling at a loss. Lu Qing thought for a while and said hesitantly, fine. You hang it up and I'll bid for it. Let's go through other channels. If I hang the wine pot up, won't it expose that I'm selling fake goods? Never miss a mistake suggested. Fine. Lu Qing didn't seem to care. After the deal, when he gave Lu Qing the address at the end, he considered that he could be considered a celebrity. He didn't leave the name Lu Qing and used Qi Fang instead. After he was done, he sent a photo of the wine pot to Yenjika and sent a snickering emoji. Look at this. Huh. The fighting formula. It feels like the fighting formula. Yenjika sent a dog-eyed expression. She had read the notes of the Shushan study's reverse creation of the 9 words formula. Although the fighting formula's charm had been identified as wrong by Lu Qing, it should be close enough. Yeah, I could tell at a glance. Lu Qing smiled proudly. Amazing. You are indeed my Cheng. You got it. Yenjika was not stingy with her praise and asked happily. That's right. Even if I can't comprehend anything from it, there should be some clues hidden in it. Also, look at this wine pot. It's so well made and has an ancient charm. It's the type that my master likes. I can give it to him as a backup. Wow, it's so rare to see you care so much about Coach Shi. Yenjika sent an emoji with her eyes wide open. Lu Qing replied with a dumbstruck expression, what do you mean by rare? I've always respected my master. TSK, TSK. Why do I remember that you always slandered him? Yenjika sent an emoji with her eyes rolling. It's called slandering but remembering, Lu Qing replied with a serious face emoji. Is that so? Yenjika sent an obedient emoji. How much did you spend on this wine pot? $380. Lu Qing sent an emoji with a covering face emoji. In a rented house in a city in a province. Never miss a mistake stretched his back and hummed a little tune proudly. In front of him was the purple gold wine pot that gave off a heaven-defying vibe. He stood up and pulled open a black cloth covering a box beside him. Inside, there were dozens of wine pots of the same style neatly stacked. However, they lacked that indescribable vibe. These were all replicas that he found in a factory. The cost was quite low. Ha, you're the kind of person who wants to trick my flagon. Never miss a mistake shook his head and laughed. Usually, the dough formula handkerchief was enough to deal with people who were not observant and knowledgeable. When it came to people who could see the flaws and uniqueness, he would pretend that he knew nothing and let them deceive the wine pot and sell it for a good price. For most people, who would expect a second scam after the first one? Most of them would be happy that they had successfully deceived others and picked up a bargain. Moreover, such people were more conceited. If they fell for a few hundred yuan, they would definitely not want to make it public. At most, they would scold themselves and deny it. As for the temptation of treasures, never miss a mistake wasn't worried. When he found this wine pot, he thought it was really related to the dough formula. He tried to use it to please a dance stage martial artist. However, the martial artist said that it didn't contain any charm and couldn't be visualized. Besides looking good, it had no other value. Those who were deceived would understand after looking at the photo. Who would go to another province for a few hundred yuan? No matter how crafty you are, you can't escape from my grasp. Never miss a mistake took out a batch version of the purple gold wine pot and put it in the package. He started to fill in the express delivery form. Shoshan, the next day, Lu Qing finished his training and returned home from Gushan Martial Arts School. His phone rang. The express delivery had arrived. He took the package and entered his room. He opened it and raised his eyebrows. He was both angry and amused at the same time. He logged onto the website and found Never Miss a Mistake. He said bluntly, "You must have sent the wrong one." "Of course not. Look at the photo. Isn't it exactly the same?" Never Miss a Mistake was experienced and calm. It doesn't have the explosive and unyielding feeling in the photo. Lu Qing pointed out the key point. Never Miss a Mistake was surprised. This is the effect of a photo. Do you know what Photoshop and retouching are? Don't tell me you don't even know how to use Photoshop. Look, I have another one. This one is in black and white. Doesn't it have a quiet and ancient feel? Anyway, you can say whatever you want and file a complaint. I'm not afraid. I'll call the police. Lu Qing replied without anger. Seeing these words, Never Miss a Mistake immediately relaxed. The bigger the threat, the less likely the other party would follow. It was like a fight between gangsters. You had to leave some harsh words at the end. The police wouldn't file a case for a few hundred yuan. Ha, go ahead, go ahead. Never Miss a Mistake picked up the cup and drank a mouthful of water. Lu Qing copied the link to his website and clicked on a person named Rapid March on QQ. He sent a message, "This person is very likely to have clues about the fighting formula." He used to pass clues to the military through his master, which annoyed Geysershire. Geysershire directly gave him a contact instead of being a middleman. Got it. Rapid March's reply was concise and comprehensive. At 2:00 in the afternoon, Never Miss a Mistake was half asleep when he suddenly heard a series of fierce knocking on the door. "Who is it?" He turned over and sat up, shouting out loud. "Checking your water meter." Someone outside answered. "Has it been a month?" Never Miss a Mistake put on a sweatshirt and shorts, walked to the door in confusion, and opened it. Clang! As soon as the door opened, two strong men rushed in. One grabbed Never Miss a Mistake by the waist and tripped his legs, and the other grabbed his shoulders and elbows. Never Miss a Mistake was immediately pinned to the ground. "What are you doing?" "Never let me see you wrong," I shouted in fright. Then he saw several shiny black pistols pointed at him, and 2 police badges were next to them. I'm just selling a fake." Never Miss a Mistake was stunned for a moment, and then defended himself with grievance. Tears were about to fall. "That's the whole thing." Lu Qing sat on the chair and looked at Yan Zhika, who was sitting on the edge of the bed and flipping through the bulk purple gold flagon. "In other words, you were mentally prepared to receive a fake from the beginning?" The girl looked up thoughtfully. "Then why didn't you just hand it over to the military without fear? You want to take advantage of the situation with your own ability?" Today was a rare cool day in early July. She wore a delicate and ladylike round-necked shirt. "Something like that." Lu Qing smiled vaguely. Yan Zhika put down the flagon and rolled her eyes at him. "You pulled me here just to see this fake. I even said that I would take you to buy 2 sets of clothes. My grandparents prefer the gentle and scholarly type. That's not urgent. Other relatives are still here, aren't they?" Lu Qing stood up and smiled. "Besides, what do you mean just to see this? Cool, didn't you say it before? It doesn't matter what 2 people see together. What matters is the feeling of being together." While speaking, he walked to the door, closed it with a click, and locked it from the inside. Yan Zhika blinked her clear eyes, and didn't realize what was going on for a moment. Lu Qing walked to the window again, looked at the dazed little fairy, and laughed in a low voice. "My mom escorted Qi Yunfei back to Ningxue and won't come back today. My dad is working overtime and won't be home until 7 or 8 o'clock. With a swish, the curtains were drawn, covering the light in the room, making everything dim and dancing with light and shadow. The clear female voice came to an abrupt end. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, in the dimly lit room, a jade-white arm was draped over Lu Cheng's body, forming a sharp contrast with the cascading black hair. The whole room was filled with the silent beauty of dancing. Lu Cheng glanced at the sleeping Yan Zhika, picked up his phone from the pillow with his left hand, and looked at the messages. Rapid March, said an hour ago, the flagon doesn't have the charm of the fighting formula. It should be made by a very skilled craftsman without any martial arts. It's no more than 30 years old. Judging from the overall feeling, he most likely made it according to the original inscription. Let's trace the origin of this flagon immediately. Chapter 437. At 5:30 p.m. Yenjika woke up from her nap and put on Lu Cheng's t-shirt and shorts. She went to the bathroom to take a shower and then went back to her room to change into her own clothes. It's all your fault. She pointed at the crumpled round-neck shirt on her body and looked at Lu Cheng reproachfully. Hurry up and get the iron. Otherwise, how could she meet people and go home? My iron broke 2 days ago. Lu Cheng paused for a moment and then smiled. But it doesn't matter. Watch me. What? Yenjika stared blankly at her husband with a confused expression. Lu Cheng smiled and reached out his right hand, which was covered with a layer of white frost. Then the frost melted and the steam rose. He held the girl's clothes with his left hand and put his right hand down slowly. All the abnormal wrinkles and distortions were smoothed out. Yenjika's eyes gradually showed a look of realization. She couldn't help but praise, Cheng, your supernatural ability is getting more and more practical. You even developed this function. It's mainly because I can better control my supernatural ability of ice and fire after sensing my root pulp. Lu Cheng answered, humbly. It's all thanks to you, Coach Yen. Recently, he had been reading more about cultivation. He often joked with Yenjika about the changes in his mentality, mood, and will after becoming a real man and getting married. He called it, double cultivation success. Yenjika pursed her lips and turned her head, smiling. Then she looked back at Lu Cheng suspiciously. Why do I feel like you have another meaning when you praise me like this? So you don't care about the fake goods because you want to trick me? No. At first, I just didn't want to trouble the military, even though they are also collecting the 9 words formula. Later on, I received a fake and thought it was pretty funny, so I wanted to share it with you and let you have a look. Now that I've taken a look at it, I feel like I have a lot of free time and can do something. Lu Cheng chuckled and explained, we haven't been intimate for many days. What if I'm not very willing to do it today? Yenjika played with her long hair and narrowed her eyes. Lu Cheng smiled and spread his hands. Then we can browse the forums and Weibo and talk about interesting topics. We can go out and buy some clothes at 4 or 5 o'clock. We have a lot of things to do together. Hindsight. Yenjika raised her chin slightly, and the corners of her eyes were slightly raised. She stood up and walked to the door. Suddenly, she glanced at Lu Cheng, annoyed and amused. Look at you, why did you lock the door? You made yourself look like a bad guy. Aren't I guarding against accidents? What if my mom didn't stay at my aunt's house today? What if my dad got off work early and opened my door to see if I was in? Wouldn't that be super awkward? If it wasn't for the absolute reaction caused by the danger, I wouldn't have the mood to pay attention to the situation outside and listen for the sound of footsteps or keys. Lu Cheng said with a smile. But you found the door locked from the inside. Isn't that embarrassing? Yenjika tilted her head in confusion. Think about it. In other people's eyes, we are already a couple who have met each other's parents. It's normal for us to lock the door and make out occasionally. It would be weird if we didn't. Anyway, they don't know to what extent. Lu Cheng reached out and helped her tidy up a few strands of messy hair behind her head. You seem to have a lot of experience. Yenjika looked at Lu Cheng up and down with her sparkling eyes. It's all from other people's experience and lessons on the internet. You have to be good at learning. Lu Cheng chuckled. Well, Little Ming's embarrassing anecdotes. 2 days later, the military still hadn't found out the origin of the wine pot. Lu Qing put on the gold-rimmed glasses he bought for the refined style, changed into matching clothes, and carried the gifts. Together with Yan Zhika, he entered the villa community by the backwater lake and walked to the Yan's house. Compared to last summer when he sneaked in with fear, this time he was so open and aboveboard. Later, just answer whatever Grandpa and Grandma ask you. Don't talk about other things. They have been head teachers for many years. They hate the kind of boys who don't talk seriously. Before entering the house, Yan Zhika specially reminded him again. Lu Qing didn't feel any pressure when facing the two generations of elders. He laughed and pointed at himself. Anyway, I got into Songqing University with my own ability. Grandpa and Grandma will definitely like me. In high school, he was always in the top 5 of his class, often the top 3, and sometimes the top 20 or top 10 students in his grade. He even exceeded his standards in the college entrance examination. A real man doesn't talk about his past achievements. Yan Zhika chuckled and pushed the door open. In the spacious living room, Yan Kai, who was on vacation today, was talking with Yan Jihua and Gao Fen. When he heard the digital music, he stood up and greeted his daughter and son-in-law. Ji Mingyu had an important business meeting today, so she wouldn't come back until dinner time. Lu, you're here. Yan Kai was able to speak to the bastard who had stolen his precious cabbage in a more peaceful and friendly manner. Hello, uncle. Lu Qing changed into slippers. Dad, why are you here? Cheng is not a guest. Yan Zhika said to lighten the atmosphere. Then she took her husband's hand and led him to the sofa. She said in a sweet voice, Grandpa, Grandma, Lu Qing brought you something. Hello, Grandpa and Grandma. Lu Qing handed over the tea leaves, original proof wine and other gifts. Ha, you're too polite. Lu, sit, sit. Yan Jihua looked at Lu Qing, took the bag and put it aside. After they sat down, he asked with a smile, Lu, you're also in Shoshan No. 1 middle school. Why do all parents like to ask this? Lu Qing complained in his mind and answered with a smile, yes, I'm in the class next to Kuz. Every time the grade ranking is announced, I'll hear her name. Chen was also in the top 10 or 20 of the grade. I know such a person. Yan Zhika took the initiative to help him show off. But she had only heard about it and forgot about it. That time in the martial arts club, she didn't think the name, Lu Qing, sounded familiar, not bad. Yan Jihua and Gao Fen looked at each other and nodded with a smile. Then Lu was admitted to Songqing University, so he and Ku were classmates. Yan Kai added. In fact, this was something that Yan Zhika had mentioned in private. But in order to have something to talk about and not be so awkward, the elders started to talk about it. Yan Jihua was very scholarly. Hearing this, he asked with confusion and curiosity, then Xiao Lu, why did you decide to switch to martial arts? It was a coincidence. After I found out that Ke had signed up for the martial arts club, I signed up on impulse. After a few times, I started to feel that I have some talent and I can't waste it like this. Lu Qing told them the truth, even telling them that he had joined the martial arts club to pursue someone's granddaughter. He didn't need to mention this in front of his parents, but in front of the Yan family, they would feel his sincerity and importance to Ku. I didn't know that. Yan Kai laughed with mixed feelings. Yan Jihua laughed heartily and joked, Lu, you're scheming, aren't you? The topic was opened and the family started to talk about the couple's past. Yan Zhika blushed from time to time. Lu, Ku is going to study abroad. I heard from her that you plan to go there often and have martial arts exchanges. Gao Fen was concerned about the most practical issue. Yes, I'll try to fly there once a month and stay for a week or two. Lu Qing said. Yan Jihua nodded thoughtfully. I need to hire a special chef for you. Young people nowadays don't know how to cook. You'll get tired of foreign dishes after a few times, I know a little. Lu Qing couldn't help showing off. Yan Zhika nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Oh, what can you do? What are you good at? Yan Jihua smiled curiously. Actually, I can only cook noodles and egg fried rice. I'm best at these two. Lu Qing said self-deprecatingly. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt that the air was a little bit quieter, as if something dangerous was brewing. Yan Kai leaned back on the sofa and said to himself, I'm best at egg fried rice, damn, I seem to have revealed something. Lu Qing realized something and looked at Yan Jika in astonishment. He saw the same reaction in her eyes. Last summer, he had snuck into the Yan family and made breakfast with Ko. In the end, he was almost caught in the act by his father-in-law. At that time, he thought that the bowl of egg fried rice was specially made by Ko for him and did not realize that he was there. He seemed to have understood something. It's all your fault. Don't show off. After lunch, Yan Jika scolded Lu Qing in the girl's bedroom. I was so afraid that my dad would jump up and take out his scalpel, I totally forgot about that. Lu Qing wiped the non-existent cold sweat. You can't get carried away. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Yan Kai said loudly, Ku, Lu, I brought you some fruits. Thank you, uncle. Lu Qing walked over and opened the door, only to see his father-in-law holding a plate of neatly cut fruits. Neatly cut, after meeting Yan Jika's grandparents, the couple lived life as usual. Sometimes Lu Qing would go to Yan's house for dinner, sometimes Yan Jika would go to Lu's house for a visit, sometimes they would go shopping and date, sometimes they would be alone. Soon, it was July 14th. The military was said to have found the whereabouts of the wine pot. At noon, Lu Qing packed his luggage and walked out of his room. You little rascal, you've improved. You know how to bring Jika on a trip. Qi Fang nodded with satisfaction. Mom, don't underestimate your son. Lu Qing shook his head and walked to the door. Destination, Huaqing. The battle between the Dragon King and the warrior sage. Chapter 438. At 5:20 p.m., the plane landed at Huaqing Heishui Airport. Just as Lu Qing and Yan Jika walked out of the arrival hall hand in hand, they felt a wave of heat that was full of moisture. It was as though they were in a steamer, and their skin lost its ability to breathe. All they felt was stuffiness, heat, and moisture. Lu Qing quickly activated his power of frost, and his body instantly felt refreshed. He even emitted a chill that was transmitted to Yan Jika, causing her to move closer to him. Their skin touched, and her husband changed from holding to hugging. Phew, I like you so much at times like this, Cheng. She confessed without a hint of embarrassment. She then looked around and said fearfully, let's not go to any scenic spots for the next few days, right? Otherwise, I'll die from the heat. Even with a walking air conditioner beside me, it won't be a great experience. Sure, then we'll stay in the hotel. Lu Qing chuckled, almost raising both his hands and feet in agreement with Yan Jika's suggestion. Yan Jika thought about it, and her eyes turned, revealing 2 rows of neat white teeth. She pretended to grind her teeth as she glared at Lu Qing. Ha, what I mean is, Huaqing is famous for its food. All kinds of morning tea, afternoon tea, and all kinds of soups and snacks. Our itinerary is to eat, and rest in the hotel when we're free, so we won't be exposed to the sun. Lu Qing roughly described his plan. I like that. Yan Jika's tone was light as she expressed her agreement. As they spoke, they hailed a cab and arrived at the Tianyue hotel that Lu Qing had booked. It was very close to the most famous restaurants and tea houses in Huaqing. This time, Yan Jika held back her shyness and took the initiative to check in. She asked Lu Qing to stay where he was so that he wouldn't be recognized by anyone. As for Lu Qing's ID card, his photo was taken when he was in his 3rd year of high school. There was a certain difference between him and now, when the lines of his face were more distinct after years of martial arts training. Not to mention his indescribable spirit and temperament. If a stranger didn't look carefully and pay attention to the information, they wouldn't be able to recognize him as a heavenly son of the era. As expected, the receptionist didn't notice and successfully prepared a room for them. After they entered the room and put down their luggage, they went straight to the nearest watching restaurant for dinner. They ate roast goose, squab, and dongxing biao. They were very satisfied and felt that the trip was worth it. Back in the hotel, Yenjika took out some makeup remover and walked into the bathroom, intending to wash off the sunscreen on her skin. Lu Qing sat on the edge of the bed and casually took out his phone. He glanced at the Longhu Club group chat. Although tomorrow was the official meetup, many of them had already arrived and were staying at the hotel booked by the local, a plumber eating mushroom. This meetup was partially sponsored by the local tycoon, Road to the Arena, and the rest was split evenly between the rest and students. Swish. 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 Messages appeared one after another, giving Lu Qing a fright. Damn, they're so chatty. He muttered under his breath. After scrolling up for a long time, he finally saw the situation of the first few forum members when they first met. At that time, Wonton Seller posted a group photo and said, "La la la, I'm here to recognize you." There were a total of 5 forum members in this group photo. Lu Qing recognized the two who were standing on the far left and right, respectively. They were Invincible Punch, Jin Tao, and Road to the Arena, Zhou Yuaning, who had lost to him before. Jin Tao didn't change much during the Warrior Sage Challenge tournament. He was still quite handsome and masculine, but he looked a little more mature. Zhou Yuaning was wearing casual business elite-style clothes. He was a little chubby, and his hairstyle had been changed to a buzz cut with a few long concavities in the middle. In the center of the group was a girl who was about 1.5 meters tall. She was not ugly, petite and cute, and looked like a student. On her left was a short and fat man in his late 20s, and on her right was a thin and tall man who was more than 1.9 meters tall. He wore thick black-rimmed glasses and was at most in his early 20s. The most adorable height difference. Lu Qing couldn't help laughing. Little Wonton just reached the chest of the tall man on the right. They looked like father and daughter. That's easy to guess. You're the only girl, little Wonton. Okamoto's fan spread his hands and laughed. The other 3 are all famous. Wonton Seller covered her mouth and laughed. What if I'm a cute boy? Let me say. From left to right, they are Invincible Punch, a plumber eating mushrooms, Little Wonton, pig riding knight, and Road to the Arena, replied Unparalleled Dragon King. You guessed it so quickly. You don't feel any sense of achievement. Smash table. Come, let me introduce you again. The one on the far left is our handsome little fist. He got his professional 9th pin certificate in October last year. He's been working hard to become a dance stage mighty one before graduation so that he can step into the professional martial arts circle. Thank you for helping me brag, little Wonton. I still have a year before graduation. It's not that easy to reach the dance stage. Invincible Punch, Jin Tao sent a cupping hands emoji. After getting his professional 9th pin certificate, he felt that he had a way out and was no longer so unconfident. Wonton Seller continued, next to Little Punch is our talented little mushroom. He likes music, art, and martial arts. We were all stunned just now. Little Mushroom. Can you not call him that disgusting? Mushroom is ugly, fat, short, and cheap. He doesn't deserve to be called cute. Okamoto's fan, and a plumber eating mushrooms, were good friends who mocked each other every day. F***ck, I'll F***cku. A plumber eating mushrooms sent a despising emoji. Come, lie down. If you can get down, I'll admit defeat. Okamoto's fan was still as cool as ever. I lost. A plumber eating mushrooms squatted in the corner and drew circles. I've decided. When little AI arrives tomorrow, you and little mushroom will live in the same room. Wonton Seller sent an emoji of a rolling snow white meatball. Little AI. I also lost. Okamoto's fan silently retreated. Wonton Seller sent an emoji hiding in the shadows. I won't introduce the one in the middle. Little Pig Riding is so tall, I can only look up at him. He's one more class away from entering the Beep Association, and he even manages the forum. Do you admire him? Also, I'll tell you a secret. He took Little Sky home. Are you jealous? Above the sky was a girl with a bit of a rock vibe. This, embezzlement, using official authority for personal gain. Okamoto's fan sent a string of words. Big Boss is so amazing. He had originally intended to send the emoji using official authority for personal gain, but felt that it was too much of a joke, so he silently deleted it. Okamoto, I was actually prepared to kick you out of the group just now. Fortunately, you didn't say anything too outrageous. Pig Riding Knight raised an emoji of an emoji. There's no need to introduce Little Arena. He's the real big boss in our group. Thank you for your hospitality. First bow, second bow. Wonton Seller sent a red face emoji. He lost his martial arts, but gained the whole world. Haha, he's just an errand boy for his family, so he has some spare cash. Road to the Arena loved to show off, and his style remained the same for decades. Lu Cheng watched with a smile and scrolled down. He saw that, above the sky, and Sea Blue had arrived one after another. The former had straight hair, a thin face, and looked decent. She wore the same black-rimmed glasses as Pig Riding Knight, and didn't show that she liked rock music. Sea Blue was a little over 160 centimeters, round, cute features, and lively personality. She quickly got along well with everyone. They were all fourth-year students. More and more people gathered, and the group became more and more lively. Those who went were streaming and criticizing each other, while those who didn't went were watching and making fun of each other. Lu Qing scrolled down quickly with his thumb and saw that Unparalleled Dragon King of the Sea Turtles had joined the group about 10 minutes ago. He was tall and fat, wearing a black t-shirt, and obviously gave off the feeling of an otaku. Watching you silently. Lu Qing scrolled to the end and sent a message, saying that he was also participating in this activity. Tiger, I look down on guys like you who don't come on holidays. A plumber eating mushrooms sent a despising emoji. Yeah, little tiger, we're going to have a meal together later. We'll send you pictures of delicious food. Wonton Seller echoed with a smile. Road to the Arena asked in confusion, Tiger, you're only a junior when school starts. If you don't take advantage of this opportunity to have fun, you won't have time to work later. I'll try to find a more free job. Lu Qing made a joke. He had never revealed that he was a Songqing University student. A more free job usually doesn't pay much. Pig Riding Knight joked with a smirk emoji. If you were a rich second generation like Master Road, just ignore me. Okay, let's stop chatting. We're leaving. Watching restaurant. Invincible Punch said. I hate you guys. I hate all of you. Brahman, who didn't make it, grumbled in a flirtatious manner. At this moment, Yenjika walked out of the bathroom, fiddling with her hair. She glanced at Lu Cheng and asked in confusion, Cheng, what are you looking at? Aren't they meeting in person? I'm looking through the chat history of Longhu Forum. Lu Cheng answered with a smile. Let me see. Yenjika sat beside him curiously and took the phone. Lu Cheng hugged her and moved his head closer. He introduced her and breathed in the girl's fragrance. Little Wonton is about the same height as Xiaoling. Yenjika pointed at the photo and laughed. Little Wonton is a little taller. She's standing beside Pig Riding Knight and Unparalleled Dragon King, just like a victim kidnapped by criminals. The contrast between height and temperament is so obvious. It's so funny. Well, if Yan Xiaoling stands there, the effect will be the same. Lu Qing teased his two fans and felt that he couldn't get enough of his wife's fragrance. Yenjika was about to say something when she felt the hand around her waist tighten and the breath beside her ear become hotter. Her body stiffened at first and then softened. She glared at Lu Qing weakly and looked to the side. First shower. Okay. Lu Qing jumped up and dashed to the bathroom. On July 15th, the two followed the plan. They woke up in the morning to train and enjoy breakfast before returning to the hotel to rest. Lu Qing didn't have time to think of any bad ideas before Yan Zhika urged him to start practicing his oral English to lay the foundation for his upcoming trip to America. They laughed and learned until after dinner. Only then did the girl allow him to do what he wanted. It was a romantic moment. On July 16th, after morning training and breakfast, they set off for Mtachixia near Huacheng. This was the home ground of Longhu Club. When the car entered the mountain road, Yan Zhika, who was enjoying the scenery, suddenly pulled Lu Qing and pointed to a bus outside. Qing, little wonton and the rest. Lu Qing glanced sideways and saw that the bus that the sedan had just passed was filled with members of the Longhu Club Forum who had come for a meetup. Chapter 439. The bus was soon pulled away and disappeared from Lu Qing and Yan Zhika's sight. What a coincidence. Lu Qing shook his head and laughed. He pushed his glasses up and sighed. He knew very well that his friends from the Longhu Club would be watching the match today, but he didn't expect to run into them on the way. Of course, this was just his own personal experience. Even if they had seen the passenger in the car, they wouldn't have known that it was his friend, Schrodinger's tiger. There was even a high chance that they wouldn't recognize him as Lu Qing. Hearing that, Yan Zhika tilted her head and glanced at her husband with a smile. Qing, I thought of a line from a song. What is it? Lu Qing asked curiously. It's hard to hold hands if we're not destined to meet. Yan Zhika pursed her lips and smiled. What do you mean by that? Lu Qing replied, annoyed and amused at the same time. He added wittily, then we'll be together even if we're 1,000 miles apart by fate, and spend 100 years sleeping on the same pillow? Yan Zhika spat and turned her head to the side with a smile. She then looked at Lu Qing with disdain. It's such an old song, and you still remember it so clearly. Uncle Qing. As they bickered, the car slowed down and drove into the parking lot. Lu Qing and Yan Zhika paid half of the rental fee and got out of the car. They followed the instructions and walked along the road hand in hand for about 600 to 700 meters. After turning a corner in a mountain valley, the view before them suddenly opened up. They felt the heat factor in the air increase and become extremely active. In front of them was a wide area that sank deeper into the center. Every few steps, flames would emerge from the ground and burn quietly. They didn't seem to be extinguished even if it was day or night. Looking into the distance, Lu Qing could see a dark red liquid flowing in the cracks at the core of this place. The parts closer to the outside seemed to be covered by a dark gray armor. Just looking at it from afar, he could feel the tyrannical heat. This was the home ground of the Longhu Club, the famous Fiery Hell. Around this area, which was the size of 2 or 3 football fields, there were many semi-enclosed transparent corridors. The corridors were either high or low, divided into several rows, or partitioned into private rooms. These were the stands, in the usual sense. In order to prevent the weak spectators from being injured by the flying flames, sputtering magma, and the aftermath of the explosion, these corridors were all enclosed with high-tech explosion-proof and fire-resistant glass. There was also a sound channel. Yan Zhika took out the 2 tickets from her bag and found the corresponding glass box. Under the guidance of the security, she opened the door and entered. There was a sofa, a coffee table, and 3 big screens showing the fiery hell from different angles. This is the first time I've enjoyed VIP treatment in the stands. Lu Qing looked around and said with a smile. Actually, I prefer the kind with more people. The atmosphere is contagious. Yan Zhika rolled her eyes and didn't hide her thoughts. But my grandpa insisted on giving me this. He was afraid that accidents might happen. I already told him that I'm with you, but he was still worried. I need to be at the inhuman stage to make Grandpa feel completely at ease. Lu Qing said self-deprecatingly. In the eyes of a physical invulnerability mighty one, a mere, top-notch sixth pin dan stage martial artist wasn't that safe. Maybe, young man. Go for it. Yenjika replied half-jokingly and half-encouragingly. Various exciting replays of the pre-match match were played. It was now 10:25 in the morning. All the seats in the stands were occupied, including the reporters' cameras. Unmanned aerial cameras took off and took their positions. They transmitted the images back to the glass corridors so that the spectators could see what was happening. Lu Qing noticed that little Wonton and the rest were in the glass room 3 seats to his left. They were so excited that they refused to sit down and were looking around. After a round of introductions and dancing at the edge of the venue, the sky suddenly darkened. A heavy and oppressive aura came vividly from the paper. Boom! A thunderclap suddenly exploded, turning into a sound wave that rolled out in all directions as if it had materialized. Is this the aura of the warrior sage, Qian Donglu? Connecting with heaven and earth and interfering with nature? Lu Qing pondered. He couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up and walked half a step away from the glass in front of him. Yenjika did the same, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. Right at this moment, the ground fire in the spacious field leaped up at the same time. The dark red, iron current shook off the black ash, and a few golden waves leaped out. Boom! A stream of magma erupted, rushing into the sky and falling back down. It lit up the darkness and illuminated a figure in the distance of the venue. He wore a navy blue martial arts suit with dragons and tigers embroidered on it. He was tall and straight, with handsome features, sword-like eyebrows, and starry eyes. His short hair stood up, giving him a wild and untamed look. It was hard to tell from his appearance that he was a man in his early 30s. Thump, thump, thump. With every step he took, the ground trembled. The flames leaped up again and again, and the magma spurted out again and again. There was no call. Everyone, including Lu Qing, shouted a well-known name in unison and let it reverberate in the mountains. Dragon King. Dragon King, Qin Chitao. Amidst such an atmosphere, the sky darkened once more. It was as if dark clouds were converging, and it pressed down on the spectators to the point that their hearts were uneasy. It pressed down on the waves of voices, and it pressed down on the soaring flames and soaring magma to the point that they lost their luster. From the other side, a man dressed strangely walked out slowly. His white robe resembled a martial arts suit, but it was also a Taoist robe. The edges were embroidered with green and purple lightning. He was about 2 to 3 centimeters shorter than Lu Qing. He had delicate features, an elegant temperament, and was introverted. Warrior Sage, Qian Donglu. The warrior sage, Qian Donglu, who was 2 years younger than the Dragon King. He had made a name for himself at a young age. He had caught up with Qin Chitao head-on and suppressed an entire generation of martial artists. No one dared to call themselves the heavenly son of China anymore. As he grew older, the previous generations of mighty ones were subdued as well. Although Lu Qing admired the Dragon King and preferred the man with his true nature, he had to admit that the warrior sage, Qian Donglu, was the ideal grandmaster in his heart. Now, he was going up against the Dragon King and the entire audience single-handedly. The referee didn't dare to enter the center of the arena. He raised his right hand from afar, dutifully playing the role of a humanoid object. First round of the competition. Dragon King, Qin Chitao vs. Warrior Sage, Qian Donglu. Those with titles had to be addressed as a sign of respect in such situations. Dragon King. Dragon King. Amidst the cheers, the referee swung his right hand down and announced loudly, "Begin." As soon as he finished speaking, he had already darted away from the battle zone. Bam! At this moment, Dragon King, Qin Chitao, had already thrown a punch, as if he was going to hit the void. However, his fist was like a missile, forcefully dragging his body forward, leaving behind afterimages and creating a loud sound like breaking the sound barrier. Using the fist as the body. As the afterimages extended, the Dragon King's fist was instantly ignited by a golden red flame. It spread rapidly and covered his entire body, turning him into a walking god of fire or Emperor Yen. Super Saiyan. This thought popped into Lu Cheng's mind. Warrior Sage, Qian Donglu, and the Dragon King had fought countless matches and understood each other well. He had long since lost the mood to test his moves. Facing the attack, he clapped his palms together. Boom! A thunderous boom reverberated in everyone's hearts, shaking the glass a few hundred meters away. Yenjika felt as if her soul had been struck, her spirit wavering, and she couldn't focus. At the same time, the warrior sage separated his palms and pulled out a leaping purple thunder blade. As soon as it appeared, it slashed at the golden red flame enveloping the Dragon King's body. Qian Donglu followed closely behind, encircled by streaks of silver-white lightning, closing in like a deity descending from the heavens. The fierce battle thus began. The battle between the two mighty ones was in full swing. Lu Cheng watched in fascination, wishing he could copy their every move and variation. Compared to the live broadcast, watching the battle in person was more three-dimensional. One could better experience the power of a physical invulnerability mighty one. For example, the occasional trembling of the ground, the waves of fire that could be felt through the heat-resistant glass, and the deafening thunder. The battle lasted for a full 20 minutes. The magma in the center of the arena had turned into a fountain. Golden, red, purple, and white fireballs surrounded the Dragon King, Qin Chitao. As he continued to attack, the fireballs fused together and condensed into a ball, shrinking in the center of his palm. With a roar, the Dragon King extended his arms, leaped high, and smashed down with his fist. Boom! Lu Cheng reacted quickly and reached out to cover Yenjika's eyes. At this moment, the place where the two experts were fighting lit up. The audience's eyes were blinded for a short while and some even cried. It was as if a big sun had descended on this place. Boom! Waves of fire shot out, and a small mushroom cloud rose into the air, blooming at its peak. When Lu Cheng opened his eyes, the Dragon King had won by half a move against the warrior sage, taking advantage of the home field advantage. After watching the replay, Lu Cheng thought of his previous experience and couldn't help but praise him. Awesome! This was a battle that made a martial artist's blood boil. Within a radius of a few hundred meters, the Dragon King was like a god. Following that, Taoist Wu Guang, Taoist Yun Yan, Empress Luo, Ning Zitong, and Optimus Prime, Long Zhen, all physical invulnerability mighty ones took the field one after another. After 5 tough rounds, Longhu Club won 3-2. It was already past 12. So exciting. Yenjika looked at Lu Cheng excitedly, praising him in a low voice. Yeah, I didn't come in vain. This is much more exciting than the live broadcast. Lu Cheng looked at the various marks on the glass. The two of them exited the VIP room hand in hand as they discussed the day's match excitedly. At this moment, Yenjika, whose eyes were wandering, tugged at Lu Cheng, tilted her chin and said, "Little wonton, Lu Cheng looked over in confusion and saw the petite and youthful wonton seller running towards him with a booklet in her hand. Her target was probably, seemingly, It's me. Why is she looking for me? Don't tell me she knows I'm Schrodinger's tiger. That's impossible. I've never revealed that I'm a Songqing University student. Also, I didn't update anything about my identity. How could they guess?" While he was at a loss, Wonton Seller approached. She looked at the confused and surprised Lu Cheng and Yenjika and smiled sweetly. "Hello, Lu Cheng." "That's right. She recognized me." It's normal for her to ask for an autograph. Lu Cheng felt like he understood the truth. He smiled and replied, "Hello." Wonton seller explained embarrassedly, we didn't recognize you because you were wearing glasses, but we still saw. She didn't continue and glanced at Yenjika. A girl who was so beautiful that she had her own uniqueness was easy to recognize. I see. Lu Qing looked at his wife with some ridicule. She glared back at him. Wonton seller smiled again. She pointed at a plumber eating mushrooms, pig riding knight, and the others behind her. We're from the Longhu Club Forum. You should know those too, right? She was talking about the road to the arena and the invincible punch. Yes, my memory isn't that bad. The Warrior Sage Challenge Tournament has a special meaning in my heart. Lu Qing chuckled. He couldn't figure out why little Wonton was here. He remembers. Wonton seller shouted excitedly. Then she turned around and said sincerely, since then, many of us have thought highly of you. We watched you grow up step by step and lead Songqing University Martial Arts Club to win the national championship. We really believe that you're the heavenly son of the age and will become a mighty one with physical invulnerability in the future. After confirming that it was you before the tournament, we posted on the forum and made a call. Many forum members responded. She paused and raised the booklet in her hand. On it were the names of Wonton seller, Pig Riding Knight, Road to the Arena, and others. She bowed and said, we represent ourselves and a portion of the Longhu Club fans to make a sincere request to you. If you don't return to the Ice Gods sect in the future, can you consider the Longhu Club first? We really like you. We really believe that you can create glory here. When Wonton seller made this pose, Road to the Arena, Invincible Punch, Above the Sky, and others made the same pose. They didn't talk about others and only expressed themselves. Lu Qing was suddenly a little touched. He also felt a little strange that someone familiar would do this. He smiled and said, I can't promise anything. I can only say that you know that I'm a fan of the Longhu Club. He reached out and took the booklet. Little Wonton's smile was exceptionally bright. Thank you, thank you. We'll post a Lu Qing Longhu Club topic on Weibo until you make your choice. After saying that, she waved her hand and ran back happily, high-fiving Road to the Arena and the others one by one. Lu Qing looked at them deeply. He took the booklet and pulled his little fairy out of the arena. I'm also a fan of the Longhu Club. Yenjika suddenly whispered. Lu Qing looked over. The two looked at each other and smiled. They had a tacit understanding. When they were far away, Wonton seller, who was still excitedly talking about this matter, suddenly exclaimed, I'm stupid. I forgot to ask for his autograph. I forgot to ask Lu Qing if he has an account in our forum. After lunch, they went back to the hotel. Yenjika went into the bathroom and removed the sunscreen on her face, neck, arms, and legs. Lu Qing put a pillow behind him and sat on the bed leisurely. He was browsing the Longhu Club group, and beside him were petitions sent by members of the forum such as, Wonton seller. Ha, little dragon is so considerate. He took a picture of Lu Qing and me. Wonton seller was showing off at this moment. The so-called group photo was taken when she was explaining the whole story to Lu Qing. Therefore, only the back of her ponytail could be seen in the photo. However, the girl didn't mind. She even said happily, no need for beauty treatments. I hate you. Brahman, who had heard about her encounter with Lu Qing in the group chat, said with a crying emoji. Wonton seller looked at her weakly. I wanted to get an autograph for you, but I was too nervous. I forgot about everything except for business, we're done. Brahman covered her ears and shook her head. What position does broken friendship mean? Okamoto's fan interrupted. He was a completely different person in real life. According to Wonton seller, he was shy and didn't talk much. I hate you guys. Brahman repeated. Then she at the unparalleled Dragon King. Little dragon, what's my idol's level? How can I tell? Even a mighty one with physical invulnerability can't judge the level of a dance stage expert just by looking at his appearance. Unparalleled Dragon King spread his hands and said, but it's been less than 3 months since the national competition ended. At most, he's pushed his physical fitness and martial arts to the level of a top 6th pin. Does that mean Bai Shaoxing has a higher chance of winning? Road to the Arena asked with interest. There's still more than 5 months. Lu Cheng has awakened his supernatural ability. There's still some hope for him to reach the inhuman stage before the end of the year. Unparalleled Dragon King answered. I'm a little worried. If Bai Shaoxing wins, my idol will be very unhappy. Brahman couldn't join the group because her parents were watching her. She could only show her presence in the group. Sigh, what's there to worry about? The year before last January, I wasn't that far behind Lu Cheng. Today, I haven't even touched the threshold of the dance stage, but he's already trying to reach the inhuman stage. Even if he doesn't make it at the end of the year and suffers some ridicule, he can still complete the transformation next year and fight back against those who slander him. Invincible Punch sighed with emotion. Let's not talk about this anymore. When you enter university, you'll be able to see Lu Cheng represent our Longhu club. Wonton Seller encouraged her with what she thought was the best speed of improvement. When the time comes, you'll come to Huacheng. As she continued, she sighed and said, I always thought that I was mentally strong, but I thought that Lu Cheng might be a fan of our Longhu club, so I planned to ask him if he had an account in the forum. If he didn't, I would ask him to register one. If he registers, I'll give him the title of Jar Grass. Invincible Punch said with a silly smile. Little fan, I'm sorry I couldn't get his signature. Wonton Seller was talking to herself and didn't care about the others' responses. Little Wonton, don't be sad. These tasks can be passed to Little Nightfall. She's already in the Songqing University Martial Arts Club. Brahman comforted her good friend. Yeah, and Lu Cheng's signature is worthless. His handwriting is too ugly. Lu Cheng couldn't help but come out and make fun of himself. Wonton Seller and Brahman replied almost at the same time. We just like it. That's called character. Ha, Tiger, don't reason with girls at this time. Pig Riding Knight laughed. I posted Lu Cheng's response in the forum. Everyone is very enthusiastic. Shangqing has Peng Liyun in the future, Kongtong has Renli, and Daxing Temple has Zhi Hai and Shi Shan. We need Lu Cheng too. I wonder when he'll reach the inhuman stage, and if he still has the potential to reach the physical invulnerability stage. A plumber eating mushrooms said worriedly. A good seedling may not grow into a big tree. The phrase, the future belongs to you, is often poisonous. While Lu Cheng was chatting, Yan Zhika walked out of the bathroom wearing the slippers provided by the hotel. She glanced at the petition book and smiled. Don't you think it's quite complicated? Yeah, I'm embarrassed to say that I'm Schrodinger's tiger. Lu Cheng replied with a sigh. After a few words about this matter, Yan Zhika sat on the edge of the bed with one leg curled up and the other hanging down. She browsed Weibo and the news and shouted with great interest, Cheng, come and take a look. Dragon King is so handsome and stylish in this picture. Lu Cheng moved closer and found that this was the picture of Dragon King after he used his killer move. Golden red flames danced, and his muscles showed the most perfect proportion. He was full of strength. Yeah. He agreed with a compliment. And this one. Dragon King looks so young, and he's very stylish. Yan Zhika read out the compliments of Dragon King in the news from time to time. Lu Cheng listened to his little fairy's narration and suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. He didn't think much of his wife's worship of Dragon King and instead thought that they had something in common. However, after watching the live battle, he suddenly realized that Dragon King was only 12 or 13 years older than him. He was much more handsome than him, and his martial arts were much better than his. Moreover, he might join Longhu Club in the future. They wouldn't be in two different worlds and would cross paths. Lu Cheng felt depressed and slowly fell silent. Girls are usually more sensitive. While sharing, Yenjika suddenly raised her head and looked at Lu Cheng in confusion. She blinked twice and said, "Cheng, what's wrong?" "Nothing." Lu Cheng held his phone and pretended to browse the forum. Yenjika pursed her lips and looked at him suspiciously. Recalling the situation just now, the corners of her mouth suddenly curled up and her dimples showed. She whispered in surprise and joy, "Cheng, are you jealous?" "Of course not." Lu Cheng subconsciously retorted. Yenjika changed her position and knelt beside him. She looked at his face with a smile and said to herself, "I just admire the Dragon King's spirit of never admitting defeat. As an idol, his ego, flamboyance, and fussiness are all very cute and adorable. But if we were to get closer to each other, I wouldn't like such a person. Moreover, I've always been the kind that likes rational people. Do you see that I rarely repost and comment on Dragon King's news? I'm not jealous." Lu Cheng unconsciously smiled and denied with a little embarrassment. Yenjika pursed her lips and laughed secretly. She raised 3 fingers on her right hand and said wittily, "I swear, I won't worship Dragon King so much in the future. I swear, I only have one favorite idol, and that is sky-shaking roar." "Brother Cheng," Lu Cheng burst into laughter and denied again, "I'm really not jealous. Is it worth it for me to be jealous over such a thing?" Yenjika's beautiful eyes sparkled. She covered her mouth and laughed. "Cheng, you're so cute when you're jealous." Before she could finish her words, she was pushed onto the bed by the angry Lu Cheng. "Wash. Oh, wash." In the midst of the intermittent sound, the girl's slippers fell off, and her delicate toes curled and stretched from time to time. For the next day and a half, their arrangements were adjusted. Breakfast, lunch, afternoon tea, dinner, and supper were the same 5 meals a day. However, the time they spent practicing their oral English was much shorter. On the 18th of July, Lu Cheng, who was full of satisfaction, held his luggage and waited for her to come out of the bathroom. He was ready to check out and go home. A few minutes later, Yenjika opened the door and walked out. Her face was a little pale. She pursed her lips and said, "I'm on my period, I know. I've already made you some ginger tea with brown sugar. Come, let me rub it for you." Lu Cheng shook the thermos cup in his hand. Yenjika bit her lower lip. She seemed to be in a bad mood. She couldn't help but whisper, "What do you know?" "You don't know anything, ah." Lu Cheng looked at Yenjika blankly. He didn't understand why she suddenly lost her temper. At this time, Yenjika came back to her senses. She forced a smile and said, "Cheng, I was in a bad mood just now. I didn't mean to scold you, I understand." "It's your period." Lu Cheng suddenly understood. "You don't know anything." Yenjika put her right hand on her waist and looked down at her toes. She whispered silently. "That crazy idea didn't come true. God didn't want me to stay." The next step was to go to Songqing according to plan and complete the procedures. They would say goodbye at the beginning of August. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.